play by BRICS and India, ensuring its interests are protected. Pak Army Chief Asim Munir all set to visit the US for the second time. Will Trump woo Munir in Nobel pursuit? We tell you more. Bangladesh marks turbulent year under Mohammad Yunus's government. It's been a year since Sheikh Hasina's exit. Dhaka is set to hold elections in February 2026. Will those elections be free and fair? We tell you more. Over 25 shots fired at Kapil Sharma's Canada Cafe. The second time the cafe has been targeted in a single month. What does this mean? Who really is the one behind it? We tell you more on that. The big story that we're tracking on the show this evening. In typical Trump fashion, US President has come out with a fresh tantrum against good old friend India. He's gone on to say that even as I've imposed fresh tariffs of 50%, there will not be any trade talks that will take place, which means that negotiations that were to continue have suddenly gone into deep freeze. Now, this is a decision that Washington has taken, which many feel that it may have to bitterly regret going on, because it's not Indians but Americans that Trump may end up exposing more, with ensuring that there are no trade negotiations that may happen. And these tariffs, while one may think it will impact Indians, it could actually hurt the American user as well. Trump is deceiving his own public. In reality, he's hitting American consumers who buy imports from foreign countries. Now, all facing tariffs. Well, dear Americans, you will pay more for everything, whether it's clothes, iPhones, medicines, everything. Because till now, none of this is being made locally, but imports ensured that you could get them cheap. It worked fine till now because there were lower tariffs. It was cheaper to import than to actually make this in America. Now that option has suddenly gone away because your president, dear Americans, let's be clear, he wants that there should be huge tariffs because he feels billions of dollars are actually coming into the US and he's doing you and the American economy a favor. But let's be very clear, it's not India that's paying for those billions of dollars. He's claimed 50 billion, fact is it's $31 billion that's come in. It's the American companies that are paying for goods that have now become costly. Yes, there will be reduced exports and it will hurt India as well, just as it will hurt America. This is a two-way street. At no point of time, Donald Trump should think that this is only hurting India and not the American user. Well, there's more. There could potentially be a dollar crash. It will impoverish Americans since the overvalued dollar determines their living standards. And in the process, foreign consumers will be enriched. Well, American consumers, you're actually looking at the death of your American consumerism and the rise of the emerging market consumer. What that means? Well, that means all companies, all consuming patterns, all of that could change and tilt towards the emerging market consumer. And India, mind you, will lead the way. With the BRICS and a growing alliance of emerging economies coming together, united against the American hegemony. So some need a plane, viewers. Some need to give gold phones as well. Some need to give a soccer ball. All to be on the right side of Donald Trump, lest he comes up with ad hoc and arbitrary announcements. New Delhi has thrown down the gauntlet. It doesn't need to do any of this. It's not backing away. It's charging straight into the storm, determined to take Trump head on, and it's not standing alone, shoulder to shoulder with some of the other biggest emerging market economies and growth engines in the world, whether it's Brazil, whether it's China. This BRICS alliance is forging an unyielding front. The message is loud and clear. The pressure will not ease, the unity will not crack. And it's only a matter of time before Donald Trump is forced to bend. Trump can keep dancing on top of the White House, but he should at no point of time think that India will dance to his tunes. If anything, we in India are expecting him to chicken out, like always, after he meets Russian President Vladimir Putin next week in UAE, and suddenly he will not think that Russia is that big an enemy, and all of this posturing may just change. The first wide-angle story on the show, BRICS nations are challenging US hegemony. And this week, Donald Trump has imposed that 25% tariff. Now, Trump was expecting that India will come back on the negotiating table. Instead, what India has done is build on its relationship with Russia and China. Prime Minister Modi will be in China for the first time in 7 years. Vladimir Putin will be in India soon. This is India's power play. America needs to come on the negotiating table on India's terms. It will not happen the other way around. Russia plus China plus India coming together is an equation that even Donald Trump understands cannot be in America's best interests. Let's play out this report that tells you more about this.
Trump has left the building. Over.
We can now project the winner of the presidential race. Donald Trump wins the presidency.
What started off as unlikely, impossible, is now reality.
A tariff tantrum from the Oval Office. 50% duties on India, accusing New Delhi of supporting the Russian war machine. President Trump's latest America First salvo. With shockwaves across the world, the global south was amongst the hardest hit. And India is caught in the middle of a high-stakes diplomatic balancing act. Despite India's calm yet resolute response, remaining open to negotiations to reach a trade deal, President Trump made his position clear. No more talks until he gets what he wants.
Just to follow up on the India tariffs, do you expect increased trade negotiations, since you've announced the 50% tariff?
No, not until we get it resolved.
New Delhi is not taking this lightly. Already 3 steps ahead of Washington. Amid Trump's tariff tirade, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval was in Moscow. Shoring up ties with Moscow, a message as clear as day. New Delhi's old friendships are going nowhere. Next move, Beijing. Prime Minister Modi is expected to visit China this month. Putting aside their differences, the two Asian giants will navigate between competition and the need for a united front against bully Washington. Brazilian President Lula, also facing the heat of Washington's tariffs, backed India, calling out Trump's tariff pressure in a call with PM Modi. Coming together, the BRICS bloc led by Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa are pushing back on President Trump's tariff tantrums. In the BRICS corridors, the message is blunt. They will not tolerate such bullying and are now mapping new routes to bypass Washington's chokehold. Within this diplomatic dance lies India, determined not to choose sides in the never-ending US-Russia competition, protecting access to US markets while boosting ties with Russia, China and Brazil. In this balancing act, one misstep could mean disaster.
All right, breaking news coming in as we speak. Viewers, Prime Minister Modi has spoken to President Putin on this, and Prime Minister Modi has spoken to Russian President. Remember, this comes after a visit that is likely from President Putin soon. While the dates haven't been finalized, there is complete agreement that there will be a meeting, physical meeting soon, after agreement that there will be a visit of President Putin in India soon. And in fact, this comes amidst the escalating trade tensions between India and the US. Extremely significant. So viewers tuning in right now, what has happened is after Brazil, it is now a Russian president who has spoken to Prime Minister Modi amidst escalating trade tensions between India and the US. This also comes just 24 hours after a confirmation that there will be a visit by the Russian president soon to India. This comes even as there is complete lack of clarity as to whether US will continue negotiations and trade talks with India after those extremely unreasonable and arbitrary set of tariffs that have been imposed by India. Now, India has been absolutely clear that it will continue to impose, it will continue to buy from Russia and address and fulfill its energy needs and energy requirements. That includes oil and gas, even as there has been tensions that has escalated due to that factor. Now, Prime Minister Modi has said that he had a very good and detailed conversation with his friend President Putin. He's just put that out, and we are quoting from there, and he said that I thanked him for sharing the latest developments on Ukraine. We also reviewed the progress in our bilateral agenda and reaffirmed our commitment to further deepen the India-Russia special and privileged strategic partnership. I look forward to hosting President Putin in India later this year. That's the word that's coming from Prime Minister Modi. As I said, this is extremely significant. This is the New Delhi power play playbook happening right here. You had the Brazil president speaking to Prime Minister Modi. Now you have the Russian president speaking to Prime Minister Modi. And this comes even as China has backed India's stance with regard to growing trade tensions between India and the US. Let's be very clear. India has absolutely said in no uncertain terms that there will not be any change as far as our sovereign right to decide where we want to buy and how we want to buy our oil and gas from. We are very clear that we will buy from wherever place that fulfills our sovereign interests, protects our sovereign interests. In the wake of that, there has been tensions between India and US that have escalated with the 25% plus an additional 25% that has been imposed. All right, and in fact, with BRICS now backing India, Trump's fear may soon become a reality. A BRICS currency replacing American dollar, something that forced Trump to come out with his favorite playbook, which was to threaten tariffs. Well, Mr. Trump, your actions have led to BRICS countries consolidating their joint efforts. They are looking to, in fact, possibly push de-dollarization efforts and increase intra-BRICS trade and challenge American hegemony. Battle lines may be drawn, but for New Delhi, a multilateral approach is its best option to be able to protect itself. How long this balancing act will hold depends on Washington's next move and how far the BRICS as a unit is willing to go. Well, one definitely can say something very clearly, which is that if this is how President Trump threatens his friends, it's high time New Delhi now looks at how best it can protect its interests. All right, one of the first top voices on the show, Professor Jan Oberg, who's spoken about America's impending decline. Dr. Oberg, thanks much for speaking to me on India Sense. You're the director of the Transnational Foundation for Peace and Future Research, joining us from Sweden. Good to have you on the show, sir. Let me start by asking you, you've spoken about America's downfall. By all accounts, it seems like Donald Trump is hastening that entire process. You agree?
Yeah, I mean, the man is destroying the United States. But that's a very sad thing. I've never been anti-American or anti-Western. I'm a product of the West myself. I find it painful every day to see that this is beating up the world. Confrontation, threatens militarization, interventions, bombing of Iran, what have you, instead of saying, can we solve some problems together? My prediction is that Mr. Trump will do enormous harm to the United States if he sits for the whole period, which is not sure that he does. And that it is almost shameful and tragic to see that the United States, which you can discuss whether it's a democracy or not, that the United States has not been able to come up with better candidates than him and Kamala Harris. You know, money runs the whole thing over there. It's not democracy in my view, but that's a long story. But the fact that they have not been able to recruit somebody more professional, more decent, more long-range thinking, and somebody who is not able to do the kind of, if you will, socio-economic change revolution also in the United States that is needed for it in terms of infrastructure, etc. If they are not able to do that, things will go madly wrong. And, you know, what I really am looking into as the great threat is not the United States going down as such. All empires have done that before, as I said. The question is, what do we do in the West when they have seen in the White House and in Washington that the game is over? At that point, we don't have a Gorbachev. We have somebody who I call kakistocracy, also in Europe. That is leadership by the worst people and the least competent people. That is a very dangerous situation for the West. I can only pray that things will go well.
All right, viewers, the big story that we've been tracking, which is the power play playbook as far as India is concerned. We spoke about how New Delhi has been boosting its ties with regard to Russia, more so in the wake of the India-US trade tensions that are escalating. News that's flashing on your screens, the phone call that took place between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin comes ahead of a possible visit by President Putin later in the year, even as there is now greater focus in terms of how India will look to now diversify as far as trade tensions are concerned. I am told Maria Shakil joins us on the phone line to help us decode this in greater detail.
Yes, so this call has happened, and it certainly assumes a significance in the backdrop of the developments which are taking place, and India perhaps being punished for purchasing Russian oil in national interest. So this call that has happened between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin should be seen in that backdrop, where India has managed to send a very calibrated message to United States. Perhaps, we won't be surprised if there is more punitive action that will be taken against India, perhaps after this call, which has happened. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, did get details of the ongoing war which is happening between Russia and Ukraine. Gaurie, what we can also tell our viewers is that the Prime Minister reiterated that India's consistent position has been of, this is not an era of war, that there should be a peaceful resolution of this ongoing conflict. The Prime Minister has gone ahead and invited President Putin to visit India later this year for the annual bilateral summit, which is the 23rd annual bilateral Russia-India summit, which will happen sometime in the month of October. This is also happening, Gaurie, at a time when, just 24 hours ago, the National Security Advisor was in Moscow. He had a meeting with Vladimir Putin. There is also an impending visit of External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar to Moscow to perhaps firm up this entire scheduling which will happen of the visit of the Russian Premier. But of course, because all these calls are happening at a time when India is looking at some kind of counterbalancing and also some kind of messaging which is going directly to the United States and the US President Donald Trump.
Leave it there. And on that note, a quick break on India Sense. We come back on the other side with the other big stories that we're tracking on the show. Stay with us.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edappadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Mohit, you are known for your music. All your films, musics stay with us till today. I'm a millennial, and those music are kind of music. So whenever we say Mohit Suri film aa raha hai, we know the music will be good, right? It's a given. So you really work hard. But is this always like how you create your music? You need everything in place, the mood, the lighting, even when the person is in the studio and just singing. And also, how did you select your musicians that this person's voice is perfect for this song?
That's what I think, the amount you give to a song, that's how long it will last, I think. Everyone does the programming, everyone writes the words, everyone makes the thing. But the thing is how much you give, how much of heart you give to the lyrics or to the music or to the melody or to the singing. That's how long the song will last, is what I genuinely feel. If you don't give that love, you're not going to get it back. It's just a simple debit and credit procedure, I think, with the audience. I genuinely feel I don't have any special skill. I don't know any scale or anything else. It's just that I enjoy that process a lot. Give me an evening to just go for a film party or something, I'll skip it. But you give me like a struggling musician to go who has a great tune, some new guys, chill all night with them. I can do that. I can just sit there, make music and stuff like that. We just did that recently. Fahim came down. He just surprised us, and we met in my Bandra office, and Han was there, Aneet was there, and he made me hear his other songs and stuff like that. But it was it's so much fun, because I just think making music, film you still get to see something. Yeah. I think music is so amazing. You just
don't need to see anything.
It's in the air, and suddenly it just comes together, and it's just, you can just feel it. And something you hear makes you feel something. It's just magical.
Donald Trump is not known for taking long bets. He's a transactional leader. He thinks of the immediate, and that means if he needs a Nobel Peace Prize, then he'll wine and dine with the one person whom he thinks is going to give a letter. Asim Munir is that leader, that particular person who actually gave him that letter. But it's one thing to take short bets, and it's quite another to take wrong ones. That's what US President Donald Trump is doing right now. Asim Munir is in the US for his second visit in as many months. You can say Pakistanis are reading Trump well, or it could just be that how wrong Donald Trump is reading his allegiances, not prioritizing his real allies, looking to build on its relations with Pakistan over India. This is the same country that Donald Trump accused of taking a bribe of over $30 billion over the past decade, of harboring Osama bin Laden. President Trump wants the world to believe that he's the smartest man in the room, yet he makes one bad call after another, from raging a tariff tirade on India, imposing 50% levies on India, to not just cutting tariffs for Pakistan, but inking that fictional oil deal with Islamabad. No one has found oil in Pakistan, not since 1912. Donald Trump thinks he's going to find it. But miscalculations galore. With yet another meeting, potentially with Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir, Trump is legitimizing what the world fears, a Pakistan where Asim Munir could be the president. Despite numerous denials, there are rumors in Islamabad. The past 1 month has seen a renewed US-Pakistan military engagement, with Munir set to attend the farewell of US Central Command commander, a man who called Pakistan a phenomenal partner in counter-terrorism. The irony is rich. Asim Munir is a failed army chief. He has lost all wars and battles that he's been part of. As Field Marshal, he led Pakistan to yet another defeat during Operation Sindoor. The question is, Trump wants Munir on his side for future conflicts in the Indo-Pacific. Is this how he will counter China in Asia? By mainstreaming China's vassal partner? That's a question that Donald Trump needs to answer. All right, viewers, that's all the time we had on this edition of India Ascends. Thanks so much for watching.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Tariff, and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
You know, first, when Sayara released and we as audience realized, oh my God, what is happening? You know, when did you realize it? Like, it's like, I didn't expect this, what is happening? Like that wave that hits you.
You know, the first thing that really hit me, I'm telling you, was a month back actually, to be honest, is when Adisa saw the film. And he saw a very loose cut and he decided the release date. But he was always, like me and Akshay were so into making the film, I think, along with Sumanna and all. Sometimes when you're so into it and you know, you don't realize, you don't see it from, and then he saw it from a third person perspective. I mean, he was always super confident about the film. And he had actually had this talk with me about how I've done. And yeah, we all grew up. I was in the 8th grade when I saw Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge and said I want to make a love story like this. For a person like him to say that, you know, you've made a great film. All he had asked for me was to make your best film for me. And I did, and I'm just glad that, so that was the first thing, you know, and that validation was great. I wasn't shouting over the roof for it. It gives you a lot of confidence at that moment, you know, for the person who's actually put his money where it is, and he wasn't talking about anything else, but on a very unassembled film at that time, could feel the emotion and be listening. But it was the first time we felt that we made something special. But yes, once the numbers came in, I think then it was Akshay.
The advance.
Yeah, and the advances came in, and then people were sending me messages, and all they said, no, don't listen to anyone. So I at one point just put my phone off and said, you know, this is getting too out of hand. And then in the night we got the number.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years.
Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power.
What is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux. From conflict to India's crowning glory, I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. Rahul Gandhi brought his battle with the Election Commission to Freedom Park in Bengaluru today, Vasudha. Big political heat on the EC. Namaskaram, Namaskara, Baunara, Nalarkingla.
Welcome, Veera, and Namaskar to all our viewers. We will have a special panel to debate the Rahul versus EC allegations. We also have a special face-off over Tamil Nadu state education policy now.
That's right, and the annual wake-up call for climate change, the monsoon devastation in the Himalayas. We'll get you ground reports, but first, the headlines this hour.
Prime Minister Modi speaks to Russian President Vladimir Putin. BRICS bonhomie in the midst of Trump tariff tiff. PM and Putin have discussed future ties.
And China welcomes Prime Minister Modi to attend the SCO summit in Tianjin. Amidst that Trump tariff threat, China as well on the PM's play card.
Home Minister Amit Shah, meanwhile, has slammed Rahul Gandhi over SIR. Mr. Shah, speaking in Bihar, has said that Rahul Gandhi is indulging in vote bank politics over SIR. Shah has also said, in fact, he has asked, who does the opposition want to save?
And Shashi Tharoor takes on Trump, says India is not supplant and have red lines. If it's my way or the highway, we'll take the highway, says Shashi Tharoor. Well, first up this evening, Rahul Gandhi was in Bengaluru as he stepped up his offensive and hit back at the Election Commission for asking a sworn affidavit from him on the vote theft allegations, and asked the Congress government in Karnataka to investigate the quote-unquote vote fraud accusation at the Mahadevpura assembly segment of the Bengaluru Central Lok Sabha constituency. Rahul was at Bengaluru's Freedom Park and addressed a huge gathering at the Vote Adhikar rally to reiterate his allegation that there were over 1 lakh cases of fake and bogus votes in the Mahadevpura segment of Bengaluru Central, which the Congress lost by just over 32,000 votes, Vasudha.
That's right, Vida. Rahul Gandhi also declared that he had taken oath of office in Parliament as a response to the EC's demand that he made his allegations in a sworn affidavit. Now, he demanded that the ECI should immediately share electronic voter data and videographic evidence done at polling booths during the elections in the last 10 years. He also said that if they did not do so, it only proves that they are hiding the evidence of a criminal act and also helping the BJP out in stealing votes. That's his big allegation. Like at the press conference yesterday, he listed out 5 different ways through which the alleged vote fraud was being done. Now, BJP, of course, has countered this, saying that this is completely malicious. NDTV and other media outlets have also spoken to a resident of Mahadevpura to ascertain how a small house had 80 voters registered to it.
That's right. This is an intense debate, Vasudha, one that hits at the core of the electoral process. Let's first listen in to Rahul Gandhi and all the political reactions before we head to our special panel this evening.
Charges, counter-charges, threats and dares. An all-out attack and counter-attack. The knives are out in the Rahul versus EC battle over the vote chori charge. Rahul Gandhi on Friday doubled down on his allegations at a rally in Bengaluru.
महादेवापुरा में 6.5 लाख वोट हैं असेंबली में, और उसमें से 1,250,000 वोट चोरी किए गए हैं.
The leader of the opposition also upped the ante, repeating his threat to the poll panel.
टाइम लगेगा, मगर हम आपको पकड़ेंगे, एक-एक करके पकड़ेंगे.
The Election Commission had on Thursday dared the Congress leader to give an affidavit on oath if he believed his allegations. Sources in the commission told NDTV that failure to give oath will mean that Rahul is not sure of his charges, and in that case he has no option but to apologize. Rahul rejected the oath demand, saying that he has already taken the oath in Parliament.
मैंने पार्लियामेंट के सामने, पार्लियामेंट के अंदर ओथ लिया है.
Another Rahul versus EC flashpoint emerged as the panel fact-checked the Congress leader's claim that the EC has shut down its website after the allegations.
और आज जब हिंदुस्तान की जनता हमारे डेटा को लेकर इलेक्शन कमीशन के वेबसाइट पर सवाल पूछ रही है, तो इलेक्शन कमीशन ने अपना वेबसाइट बंद कर दिया.
The Election Commission also debunked another of Rahul's claims from Thursday, where he declared a family as fake voters as their pictures were not clear. The family in question showed their voter ID cards with clear pictures. The issue has also raised political temperatures, with the BJP top guns hitting out at Rahul Gandhi.
अगर उनको आपत्ति है तो कोई फॉर्मल एविडेंस किसी ओथ पे उन्होंने दी हो. इलेक्शन कमीशन में ऐसा नहीं है. उन्होंने एक बार एफिडेविट फाइल करा था सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, बाद में माफी मांग करके आए थे.
राहुल गांधी ने आज इनडायरेक्टली इलेक्शन कमीशन को सपोर्ट किया कि ये देश में स्पेशल इंटेंसिव रिवीजन होना चाहिए, दो नाम में वोटर लिस्ट में नाम नहीं होना चाहिए.
Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi came out in brother Rahul's defense.
आप वोटर लिस्ट दे क्यों नहीं रहे हैं? आप इन्वेस्टिगेट कर क्यों नहीं रहे हैं? उसके बजाय आप कह रहे हैं कि एफिडेविट साइन करके दो. इससे बड़ा ओथ क्या है जो हम सदन में लेते हैं?
Rahul Gandhi also made his voter list presentation at the India Bloc dinner on Thursday night. Many allies came out in support on Friday.
What he has shown with evidence is just how many people have been enrolled in booths, which probably ended up helping in the outcome result for the Bharatiya Janata Party. We've seen this in Karnataka, which he has recently shown, and it is for the Election Commission of India to take this up on a strong footing and tell us that just how does the process work and bring transparency in the process.
समाजवादी पार्टी ने जब 18,000 एफिडेविट दे दिए, तभी नमूना था, लाखों दे सकते थे, 18,000 एफिडेविट दे दिए, तो चुनाव आयोग की बोलती बंद हो गई और उनकी कलम खामोश हो गई। मैं सिर्फ इतना जानना चाहता हूं चुनाव आयोग से कि अगर वो शिकायत सही पाया गया तो क्या चुनाव आयोग इस्तीफा देगा, बर्खास्त होंगे चुनाव आयोग, जेल जाएंगे फर्जीवाड़े के आरोप में? चुनाव आयोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता की तरह काम न करे।
The next act of the Rahul versus EC battle will be played out in Delhi on Saturday, when the India Bloc MPs march to the EC headquarters. An NDTV Bureau report.
Okay, joining us this evening is Rohan Gupta of the BJP, Mahima Singh of the Congress Party. We have Sandeep Shastri of Lokniti Network, and we also have senior journalist Rashid Kidwai. Thank you all of you for being part of this broadcast. Mahima, to you first. Bhiwandi, Mumbra, Parbani, Mohol, just 4 of the 50 assembly constituencies that Bhupendra Yadav, Senior Minister, Environment Minister, said as the assembly constituencies where large number of voters got enrolled, all of them voted for the opposition candidates. So the BJP has also come up with its own set of explanations why some of these claims that have been made by Rahul Gandhi are completely false. What would your response be?
Jai Hind, it is very interesting to observe, Vasudha, that the questions are being asked of the Election Commission of India, and rather we are seeing the BJP jumping the gun. We just don't understand why. We have been asking this time and again. Why do the BJP spokespersons assume the role of the Election Commission of India spokespersons when the questions are asked of the BJP, of the Election Commission of India? Now today, Vasudha, if you see after the Honorable LOP's press conference yesterday, Rahul Gandhi ji has raised serious questions. He has shown 5 ways in which the votes have been hijacked, the democracy has been destroyed, with the data provided by the Election Commission of India, although not very optimal. But we sat for 6 months, we deployed a team of 30-40 people, and finally we are out with the results, hard evidence. Yet the Election Commission of India is, it's rather playing cat and mouse. I just do not understand why did the Election Commission of India block from its website today 4 states, data of 4 states has been blocked. Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, and Rajasthan. Why would the Election Commission of India do that? The Election Commission of India is a statutory constitutional body. At the very least, even if this wasn't ECI data, even if this was a plain allegation, which it is not, the ECI should have, this should have raised their eyebrows, just like it has raised the eyebrows of the entire nation. And the ECI should have said, well, let's investigate. Well, let's find out. Because it is for the Election Commission of India to keep this democracy happy. The governments will come and go. The governments are a product of the elections which are to be conducted fairly by the Election Commission of India. But rather, the Election Commission... Why does it look like it is hand in glove?
1 second, Mahima. Let me take this across to Rohan Gupta. Rohan, the point being made is A, why is the BJP jumping up to attack Rahul Gandhi and question his allegations when you should be demanding a thorough, clear, categorical probe? Because this is an issue of the election process. It's not an accusation against one political party or the other.
No, absolutely, this is allegation against BJP. Because when you are saying that vote chori, you are saying that this is done to help BJP. And obviously, as a member of BJP, we have right to ask answers from Congress when the baseless allegations are made against a constitutional institution. I'll tell you, I'll expose what...
No, ask for a probe.
What? I'm not able to hear.
Ask for a thorough probe is what the Congress is saying.
Absolutely, that should be probe. See, it is definitely, we are not saying it should not be investigated. Definitely Election Commission will come with the true numbers and the true picture. I'll raise one more issue here. Maharashtra, after Maharashtra election, Rahul Gandhi ji raised many questions on conduct of elections after Maharashtra elections. Election Commission gave detailed answer on 24 December 2024. This is the longest, this is a 24-page reply. After that, Congress party has not gone back and told Election Commission that why this reply is wrong or comments on that. They are just going in a public place, alligating Election Commission because they are not able to understand what's the mindset of the people, what is the mood of the country, because they are not confident. One more thing, Rahul Gandhi ji yesterday told in this parliament there were 8 seats and they have won 7 out of 8 seats, and just because of 1 seat they lost the Lok Sabha. Again, it is wrong, it is false. BJP has won 4 seats and INC has won 4 seats. And this was almost the same result of Vidhan Sabha. So are you saying that Karnataka elections in Vidhan Sabha, when you won, it is also vote chori? Definitely you can question the process. Definitely you have right to question the process. But that doesn't mean that you allegate Election Commission. And the same Election Commission, which is doing SIR activity in Bihar, what is it? It is the same. Cleansing of the voter list.
And Mahima, just to add on to
65 lakhs
yes, Mahima, just to add on to Rohan's point, everybody knows about the Dhule Lok Sabha seat. Everybody keeps talking about that Malegaon thing. How do you that's why a lot of people tell us, as political reporters, it's sometimes easier to win an MP seat and not an assembly seat because you don't need to have all the assembly seats voting for you. Are there certain nuances which you think Rahul Gandhi could have missed out, or you think that this is foolproof evidence of what you say is vote chori?
Vasudha, the Election Commission of India is hand in glove, but the media is unfortunately no less today. I would say, you're asking me, could he have not given more nuances? Earlier, you guys would say, well, could he not come out with some data and with some...
No, but Mahima, I posed a tough question to Rohan as well.
Allow me.
I mean, that's not fair. It's a fair question. Both sides need to be given tough questions. She's just posing a tough question to you.
Allow me to respond. First of all, when you hear the BJP spokesperson, that very famous Hindi adage come to the mind. Chor ki daढ़ी mein tinka. Ye chor ki daढ़ी mein tinka hai because the BJP is jumping the gun very evidently. Everybody can see why. Because the state secret, the state secret the ECI is trying to keep today is BJP's secret, is Modi's secret, and it is out for everybody to see now. And the very pertinent questions that Mr. Rahul Gandhi has raised yesterday, which the ECI must answer, include why could they not provide the data? Why, instead of obliging or abiding by the Punjab Haryana High Court order in December 2024, when it said within 2 weeks provide the data to Mehmood Pracha, rather than that, why did the ECI hasten and change the rules overnight? Why does the ECI provide...
Okay, that's an important question. Rohan Gupta, that's one question. Conduct of elections rules. Rahul Gandhi has said yesterday that that's the reason why videographic evidence is not being provided. We don't have data.
Because
what would you have to say about that?
See, Vasudha, this is the problem. Half-truths and lies, these have become the tools of opposition party. Under People's Representative Act, it is allowed that up to 45 days these records will be kept, and all the stakeholders, including the candidates, they have the data in the pen drive. After 45 days, if it is removed, it is under the People's Representative Act. So you cannot comment each and every... Please, I never spoke right? That's not what this is. I never spoke
I know this is a very serious debate. Let me just get Sandeep Shastri and Rashid Kidwai in as well. Professor Sandeep Shastri.
You are just making the political allegations and running away. You won't be allowed to run away this time. Because you are attacking some constitutional issue.
Hang on.
When it comes to
Mahima and Rohan,
protect the BJP.
When I am speaking, she should not speak.
Political panelists.
This is not the way I do it.
That's what we are alluding to.
She is completely...
We'll just come back to you.
I will not allow that to happen.
Let's just go to Sandeep Shastri. Professor Sandeep Shastri, as somebody who predicts elections, you can always turn around tomorrow when your predictions go wrong and say that, look, there are trouble with electoral rolls. My predictions were right, but the electoral rolls is the reason for the result. How serious do you think are the allegations that have been made by Rahul Gandhi, which he's demonstrated specifically in your home state of Karnataka in the Mahadevpura Assembly constituency?
Veera, first point to be settled. As Lokniti, we never only about the percentage votes. Coming to your main point, I think the biggest challenge that we are facing is all these talk, all this allegation of gets caught in the political crossfire between political parties. I think where to begin with is it should not be a question of what BJP believes or what Congress believes, but what, as citizens of the country, as possible representatives of the citizens of the country, a point or complaint is made before the Election Commission. I think we need to keep political parties out of it. It's not a Congress BJP slugfight. It is a question which Election Commission needs to handle with all transparency, with all openness, and let us not decide beforehand that if I represent X party, I have to take Y stand irrespective of what the data tells me. Let data speak. Let Election Commission respond to what the data says. And let's, for God's sake, not bring our political preferences, our political stands on the issue. Believe me, Veera, it will be good for this country if we don't make every issue a Congress versus BJP or a Congress.
Professor Shasi, that's a very important point. Rashid Kidwai, I was thinking, I was thinking about the debate on betting in cricket, and that made a lot of us stop watching cricket. Do you think that this controversy is also going to, in some ways, affect the kind of trust and confidence that people of this country have in the Election Commission?
Yes, Vasudha, you have made a very pertinent issue for
Mr. Kidwai,
betting thing. But here, politics and democracy is far more serious than a cricket match or a IPL or etc. Therefore, I would attach a lot of importance. Here are, Vasudha, there are 6 nationally recognized political parties. 3 nationally recognized parties are challenging and questioning the Election Commission. They have roots in society. They have been winning elections, or they've been, garnering, votes enough to give them a recognition as national political parties. Election Commission, in all fairness and probity, must order probe by retired former election commissioners. Mr. Ashok Lavasa is there. I told you yesterday, all those people are there who have been former election commissioners. There are retired Supreme Court judges. Let there be a citizens panel. Let persons like Mr. Shastri be in that citizens panel, and have probe and wait for it. Why is that so much of name calling? Why is Election Commission so eager to blame Rahul Gandhi and the Congress? This looks very intriguing, and this is actually quite shocking for a constitutional body there. What is the objective of Election Commission? Election Commission is to hold free and fair election. Here, the parties who fight elections are saying elections have not been free and fair. So they must, there must be a probe, and let there be a doodh ka doodh, pani ka pani. Why is that BJP and Mahima ji has a point? Why is BJP coming to rescue of Election Commission? Election Commission is capable of defending itself. They don't need BJP support. And BJP is also
This is a question to both sides. Vasudha, frankly, this is a question to both sides. Mahima, it will come to you as well. Why target the BJP? Ask for a probe first. Rohan Gupta, again the point being raised is that before a probe, why target the person making the allegation? Demand a probe instead of discrediting the person making the allegation at the moment. That's the point being made.
I'll definitely answer that. See, that's what when I started. See, it is very important to understand that when you raise doubt on any constitutional institution, whatever doubts, whatever allegations you make, that they need to be supported by the evidence, right? After Maharashtra election, that's why I started. Congress made allegations. After that, Election Commission has replied point by point on 24th December 2024. Each and every point. The point was raised why the voter turnout got increased. Election Commission answered that for Form 17C, the numbers are given to your agents. There is no difference in the number. The point asked on the addition, deletion. All the points have been answered. If Congress party was serious on that allegation, after EC's reply, they should have again filed back with the proof that no, this is wrong. Nothing has happened after that. So don't you feel this is only political slugfest? I am not defending here Election Commission. When it says vote chori, that is an accusation on BJP that because of this, BJP has won this seat. That's why I'm just
very basic question to you that the Congress party, the BJP is saying that this is indulging in selective outrage because this is the same election that we saw you winning with Telangana, Karnataka, so many other states, including Lok Sabha elections where you got over, states such as Maharashtra and several other states. Do you think that that is something that the Congress will have to address? Mahima?
You've asked me that question,
Yes,
Vasu.
yes.
Now,
Yes.
before I answer your question, I actually have been, intriguingly thinking about the name of Mr. Aditya Srivastav. Out of many names that Sri Rahul Gandhi brought about, Aditya Srivastav has his presence in multiple states, Vasudha. And by that virtue, that ID is voting across states. And who is benefiting? BJP is benefiting. So, Veera, to answer your question, it is, of course, the Congress will allege the BJP. The Congress will point and train its guns at the BJP because it is the BJP that has been evading anti-incumbency as a result of this, purported
And don't
fraud.
ask questions like why I'm defending Election Commission.
Now, please allow me to respond, Vasudha.
That it drowns in this BJP Congress battle. The fact that you're making an allegation against the election process, which is far beyond the BJP and the Congress.
Exactly. That's how it should be. Exactly the point we are trying to make. It should be beyond the parties. It should be completely non-partisan. But for the first time in the Indian history, this is how it is that the ruling party is actually jumping desperately to protect the Election Commission of India. And now let me make a very pertinent point that I was going to make. Out of the 5 very categorical questions that Sri Rahul Gandhi has raised, one of the very main questions is on the Form 6 new voter scam. There's a new voter scam. How? Because there are 0 voters between 18 to 25 years of age in the first-time voter form. And who are the people, majority people in that? Mostly senior citizens. And if you would remember, a new rule was brought in by the ECI right ahead of the Lok Sabha election that the voting machines will be taken home for facilitating vote for senior citizens from home. Now, we do not know how many Form 6 applicants have benefited from that new rule also. So you need to put it all together. It's a can of worms that has been opened, Veera and Vasudha. And I would say, at the very least, as a watchdog of the democracy, you as media persons, as a watchdog of the Democracy Election Commission of India, at least support the possibility of a probe. I do not know why everybody is addressing BJP and saying, well, making it Rahul versus state. You are all sounding like you're making it Rahul versus state when it is
quickly, Rohan Gupta.
See, the issue here it is not about any individual. When an individual is on a constitutional post, right, it is the leader of opposition. It's not a small post. I'm giving another example. The allegations were made in Maharashtra that wherever more than 50,000 votes have increased, everywhere BJP has won. Out of those seats where the votes have increased, 47 seats were won by Congress and the allies. So what I'm saying is very simple.
We will keep a close focus on all these allegations on both sides of it, but I think there needs to be categorical transparency on how this plays out. We need the political exchange
breaking news now that we'll have to dive in. It's EC versus Congress yet again, Veera. This is a showdown that's happening after Rahul Gandhi. This notice has now been issued to DK Shivakumar. Karnataka EC throws oath dare at DK Shivakumar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka.
That's right. The CEO of Chief Electoral Officer of Karnataka has sent a letter to the KPCC President in that capacity to DK Shivakumar, who's also the Deputy Chief Minister, asking him to submit, because based on his representation submitted on the 8th of August 2025, you've not submitted any documents in proof of the references made in that representation. You are hereby kindly requested to submit the documents related to your complaint along with a declaration or an oath as per the Rule 23B of the Registration of Electors Rules 1960. So similar to what they had asked for Rahul Gandhi, asking from DK Shivakumar as well, who made those allegations, Vasudha.
This debate getting intensified, but let's also move on to other stories from the south of India, making the pitch for education to be moved back to the state list from the concurrent list. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin today released a state education policy that reaffirms the state's two-language principle and also departs starkly, Veera, from the national education policy on several counts. It is a clear reiteration of the state's stand on what it says is autonomy on education.
That's right. It's been worked on for the last few years, Vasudha, and presenting it as a futuristic and inclusive framework tailored to the state's social and cultural fabric. The government and the Chief Minister hailed it as one that's progressive and imbibes key developments in the field of science and technology. Deputy Chief Minister Udayanithi Stalin made a strong pitch to move education back to the concurrent list, and the Education Minister declared that students would have to, there will not be any imposition of Hindi, Vasudha.
Absolutely. And there will not be any public examinations for certain classes that the NEP suggests. Also, like no exams in class 11, according to the state education policy. Sam Daniel, in fact, spoke to Tamil Nadu Education Minister and the BJP leaders, and this is what they said.
Joining us now, Tamil Nadu School Education Minister, Mr. Anbil Mahesh Poyamoli, after launching the state education policy. Mahesh, thank you very much for your time. If you can give me three differences, how SCP is different from NEP in terms of, say, education, teaching and evaluation.
In terms of language, in terms of assessment, in terms of inclusivity, in terms of thinking each and every plan futuristic, like our SCP is very unique and it's different from NEP. As our Honorable Chief Minister was very particular on telling about this two-language policy and also about the Tamil language based on the Tamil Learning Act. All the boards, irrespective of the boards, all the boards should follow Tamil as one of the subject till 10th standard. And apart from that, NEP is talking about assessing each and every students on 3rd standard, 5th standard, 8th standard. And the students, they are going to fail, they will give one more month time, and even if they are going to fail, these students will be retented in the same classes. So these are things like we are not going to follow. And apart from that, in NEP 2020, they are talking about joining of the students at the age of 5, but we are following the age of 6.
You said SCP is futuristic. What are the futuristic aspects you have incorporated?
What are the technologies? See, if you talk about the curriculum, how we are focusing, how we are foreseeing, as I said, like having the artificial intelligence, having data sciences, having the financial planning, and everything is being integrated in our curriculum. It is going to give a good result in terms of what other futuristic schemes.
How does it change?
It's come. And another thing, we are talking about the TN Spark also, and we are talking about TN Spark. We are talking about artificial intelligence, and we are talking about robotics and knowing the online tools.
Your assessment of the SCP?
It is not needed, but see, anything that creates or that empowers the infrastructure, anything that makes the students to learn more, anything that gives a quality teachers and education, that is good, but nothing is there in the today's Mr. Stalin's announcement. If you want two language only, don't allow others to study third language because they get more knowledge. Then where is social justice? Social justice is not confined only to the caste. It's equal to, give education equal to all.
Well, for a quick political face-off, joining us now, DMK MP Arun Nehru as well as Ashwatthama Nallimuthu of the BJP. Mr. Arun Nehru, the charge is very simple that the idea is more to send out a political statement and depart from the centre's NEP, thereby giving a two-education policy system instead of accepting or imbibing the best practices of the NEP.
Sir, good evening, sir. I specifically gone into the subjective clauses. Let's just get objective, right? What parameters of Tamil Nadu are we not have achieved that is in the NEP? We have already achieved that a long time ago. So let's just get objective, right? What is this policy about? This policy about three things. It's about equity, it's about social justice and progress. And where does the caste or any other point come here doesn't at all, for a learned person like Ashwadam to talk like this, I don't know. Maybe I am ignorant, but as far as we are concerned, we have achieved those parameters, which is international.
Right. Mr. Ashwathaman, this is a policy that will ensure social justice. How does the BJP look at this?
But my question is very simple. Actually, first of all, I wanted to say it may be the policy, but the question of legal validity is very important, because that our constitution is very clear that it comes under concurrent list, higher education comes under central list. One thing. Then other thing is, now as far as third language formula is concerned, there is no question of Hindi imposition. Imposition means it should be compulsion. There is no compulsion, it should be the optional. The students can take Telugu, Malayalam or any other Indian language as their third language. Now, third language formula, particularly new education policy, compelling Tamil as a subject. So, there is a Tamil imposition is there, not Hindi imposition. What would be the useful purpose for this separate state education policy now? That is the question. Now, as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, am I audible?
But sir, in Tamil Nadu...
Yeah, you're audible. Go ahead, finish your point.
Yes, please. As far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, please understand my point. In government schools, there is two language. But all private schools, there is 3 language. What is the equality they are trying to implement in Tamil Nadu? That is my second question.
Arun Nehru, 2 questions to you. Respond to those if you could hear those questions.
If Tamil Nadu government really wanted for equality, they have to give a policy to the private schools also for this 2 language formula. But Tamil Nadu student...
I don't know about 2 language or 3 language policy, but both our guests seem to be having internet issues at the moment.
Yes, absolutely. And Ashwathaman making that important point, but we'll have to wait and see how the DMK responds to that. Ashwathaman is talking about how the DMK is depriving children who want to learn Telugu, Kannada, especially in bordering areas, the right to learn their own mother tongue. But of course, it's a very important argument, and also it's questioning why private schools also have 3 languages.
Ashwathaman, there is...
So, Mr. Ashwathaman had
Arun
mentioned
Nehru, I
that...
hope you were... Go ahead.
Mr. Ashwathaman had mentioned that, the education is in the concurrent list. So, even by Mr. Ashwatham's understanding, concurrent means there are 2 parties, right? The center doesn't have an exclusive right on education. And let's just get to the 2 points, Let's just not keep dividing people and be objective, okay? Let's just get objective to the results. Tell me one state in the so-called NEP, okay, in the so-called 3 language policy, that has outdone Tamil Nadu in the basic parameters of graduate enrollment ratio and employment, right? Are all of us students...
Mr. Ashwathaman, how do you respond to that?
We seem to have lost the line again of Nehru.
Yes, but he has asked an important question. Why are North Indian states which lack development, trying to advise Tamil Nadu on how to develop?
No. It is a very poor understanding of the DMK people. Actually, all over India, before national education policy, 2 languages are there. No, it is not as if Tamil Nadu have 2 language formula, Uttar Pradesh have 3 language formula before. I am speaking about the national education policy. Now, I seek your conscience. Before national education policy, even if you take Uttar Pradesh as instance, there is no Avati, there is no Bhojpuri, there is no Maithili. Now, first time in the history, Maithili, Bhojpuri, Awadhi, they are printing their textbook only because of national education policy. See, we have to protect Indian languages. In Tamil Nadu is concerned.
But here the point is, why tamper with a system that has been working very well? It's a question that's been raised repeatedly by the DMK. Unfortunately, your internet network is also very poor and you're freezing up, Vasudha. But then this is a contentious debate. It's an extremely important debate in terms of education. And about the core of education being part of the concurrent list, which, let's not forget, happened during the emergency. Till then it was in the state list, and the DMK has been demanding it comes back to the state list.
Absolutely, Veera. And then the same old argument that why are children in Uttar Pradesh not learning Tamil and Telugu, and why do people in the south of India, why do they need to learn Hindi? But of course, all of this becomes more of a flashpoint with Tamil Nadu elections coming up next year. That's why it's more of a bone of a contention now. With that, it's time for a short break. We will be back in just a bit.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
जब मुंबई से वापस कोल्हापुर शिफ्ट हुआ तो सबने कहा कि ड्रीम सिटी को छोड़ रहा है। ड्रीम सिटी तो मैंने कहा ड्रीम में तो यही गलियां आती हैं। तो जब ये रियलाइज़ हुआ कि कुछ बड़ा करने के लिए बड़े शहर में रहने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, तब लगा कि लाइफ में ग्रो किया। कशी ताई ऐसे बॉय मिलते मुंबई में चांस ही नहीं।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
फिनिस्टा विंडोज, ब्यूटीफुल एंड ड्यूरेबल डिजाइन्स, इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनिस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
फाइनल फिनिस्टा। गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा।
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसा हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है।
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire dabba trading scam.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
And you know, that's why it's being said that after Kaho Na Pyare, this is the film that has got two superstar debutants who are becoming superstars. But what was this faith that you had on these two that you know that shows on screen?
You know, you don't plan to make a blockbuster. You plan to make a good film. And that's what I think they never let me, you know, they didn't put that pressure on me to live up to. They never gave me a number that we have to hit or.
Prime Minister Modi speaks to Russian President BRICS Bonhomme in the midst of Trump tariff tiff. China welcomes Prime Minister Modi, PM Modi to attend SEO summit in Tianjin. Over SIR, Shah says Rahul Gandhi is indulging in vote bank politics. Shashi Tharoor speaks exclusively. NDTV says, if it's my way or highway, we take the highway.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Welcome back. A heavy rain alert has been issued in Uttarkashi days after that flash flood that killed several people. A key bridge collapsed near Gangnani, which has halted heavy rescue operations from reaching the flood-hit Dharali area. Army teams are urgently building a Bailey bridge. Power and communication are down. Radar is being used to locate buried victims. 500 plus rescued so far amidst that massive destruction, Vasudha.
That's right, Vida. Monsoon 2025 has been India's season of fury. The monsoon arrived early with unusual intensity, bringing both relief and devastation. Assam, Northeast have massive floods. They've seen massive floods and landslides in the past, affecting over 5.5 lakh people. Madhya Pradesh recorded 205 deaths in 2 months due to rain-related incidents, while Jharkhand also reported casualties since May. We saw in Delhi also heavy flooding as Yamuna touched danger levels.
That's right. All of this is an annual wake-up call as far as climate change is concerned. My colleague Kishore Rawat brings us the first view of Dharali disaster after over 30 hours of a difficult trek. He's finally reached Dharali. Let's take a look at this report.
इस वक्त गांव के मंदिर के जो एक सभी के लिए एक भवन होता है उसमें मौजूद है और यहाँ पर खाना बन रहा है। ये खाना गांव के सभी जो परिवार वाले हैं और वो लोग एक साथ मिल बांट कर यहाँ खाना बना रहे हैं, क्योंकि आपदा में सब कुछ बह गया है, इनके पास अब कुछ नहीं है। जो हिम्मत थी वो भी शायद अब टूट रही है, क्योंकि इन्होंने बहुत लोगों को, अपने लोगों को खोया है। हमारे साथ एक गांव की महिला है। आंटी जी, आपका नाम क्या है?
सुशीला बाबा।
आप यहाँ पर अभी जो ये
भोजन बन रहा बाबा, वो 2 दिन हम वहाँ रहा गंगोत्री में। ITV लोगों ने हमारी बहुत मदद की बाबा। आज हमको राशन भी मिल गया बाबा। हम ऐसे सोचता कि हमारे लिए रहने के लिए चाहिए बाबा। नहीं
तो कितने लोगों के लिए खाना बना है?
150 लोगों का।
150 लोगों के लिए खाना। तो ये 150 लोग कौन है? गांव के हैं? इसके
गाँव के बेटा,
गांव के लोग हैं, बड़े बुजुर्ग सब है। अच्छा, यहाँ पे बहुत सारे लोगों के अपने चले गए हैं, अपनों को तलाश भी कर रहे हैं, लेकिन फिर भी यहाँ पर है। क्या कर सकते हैं आप बताइए कि कैसे आप अब आगे का जीवन या आगे का सफर?
हम सरकार से बोलता बाबा, हमारे लिए रहने का वो ना चाहिए बाबा।
तो रहने के लिए जब तक नहीं जाएंगे तो क्या आप यहीं लोग रहें?
जब तक हमारे लिए रहने की व्यवस्था नहीं होगी तब हम यहीं रहेंगे बाबा।
लेकिन फिर से बारिश हो सकती है, मानसून है, फिर से आ सकता है। आपको लगता नहीं कि यहाँ पे थोड़ा दिक्कत हो जाएगी?
तो क्या करना बेटा? तो
दिक्कत है सर जी। हम ये चाहते हैं कि जब तक हमारी व्यवस्था नहीं, समेश्वर देवता का मंदिर है, हमारे कीर्तन मंडली सब सामान है हमारा, हम यहाँ खाना बनाए, अब तक हम हमारे लिए मकान बनाओ और तब तक हम यहाँ रहेंगे। और किसी ने हम नंगे हैं, हमारे पास कोई शब्द ही नहीं बोलने का। आप देख लो।
नहीं, मैंने देखा है, बहुत कुछ भी नहीं बचा। जो कपड़े आप शायद उस समय भाग।
एक रात हम ITV वहाँ रहे, दूसरे दिन हम गंगोत्री रहे, 3 दिन तक हम गंगोत्री रहा, चौथे दिन आज इधर आए। ITV लोगों ने भी किया सेवा, गंगोत्री स्वामी जी ने भी किया सेवा। आज हम अपने घर जाए, मरेंगे, कब तक रहेंगे स्वामी जी के वहाँ? हमने करना था खुद स्वामी जी की सेवा। हमने कहा हमारे कीर्तन मंडली यहाँ सब सामान है हमारे पास। ये तो अभी आए बाहर से, बर्तन था यहाँ,
अपना घर छोड़े नहीं जाता।
हाँ, बर्तन था, हम तब तक यहाँ खाना बना, जब तक हमारे लिए मकान नहीं बन। सब अपने अपने, हमारे पास ना जगह है ना जमीन है, बिल्कुल नंगे, हमारे पास शब्द ही नहीं है बोलने का।
एक लंबा सफर तय करके NDTV की टीम इस वक्त उस क्षेत्र में पहुंची है जहां 5 अगस्त को एक त्रासदी हुई थी, एक सैलाब आया था। सामने धराली गांव है, वहां से ऊपर से पहाड़ों से सैलाब होते आया और यहां पर सब कुछ तहस नहस करके चला गया। अब कुछ ही यहाँ पर घर बचे हैं, होटल बचे हैं। यहाँ पर बता रहे हैं कि 30 से 40 होटल हुआ करते थे। रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन की अगर बात करें, वो सामने NDRF की टीम है, वो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन कर रही है। इस तरफ अगर बात करें तो JCB लगी हुई है, रास्ता बना रही है वहाँ से, क्योंकि वो रास्ता पूरा ब्लॉक हो गया है। तो ओवरऑल अगर देखा जाए तो ये पूरा का पूरा इलाका अब एक तरह से पूरा मलबे के ढेर में आ गया है। हम लगातार इसी बात का प्रयास कर रहे थे कि वहाँ जाएँ और वहाँ असली हकीकत क्या है, ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट वहाँ दिखाएं, ग्राउंड पर क्या हो रहा है। उसके लिए हम यहाँ पहुँचे। सामने देख सकते हैं कि पूरा दलदल है और पूरा मलबा, इसके साथ बड़े बड़े बोल्डर्स, गाद, मिट्टी, सब ऊपर से एक बादल फटा और उसने सब कुछ यहाँ पर तहस नहस किया। इस वक्त अब यहाँ मंज़र जो है वो बिल्कुल एक तरह से वीरान है और फिलहाल लोगों को यहाँ पर तलाश करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। धराली गांव से NDTV इंडिया के लिए किशोर रावत। धराली गांव में आए सैलाब की तस्वीरें सभी ने देखी और एक तस्वीर ऐसी थी जो उसमें सैलाब में से एक व्यक्ति उस दलदल से कीचड़ से जान बचाते हुए जैसे तैसे बाहर निकल रहा था। वो हमारे साथ मौजूद है। बलबीर सिंह पंवार इनका नाम है और बलविंदर सिंह पंवार है, इनसे जानता हूँ। मैंने आपसे सवाल किया कि आपसे बात भी कर रहा था कि उस समय मंजर क्या था और आपको लगा था कि बच पाओगे?
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं।
क्या चल रहा था उसमें मन में?
सर मन में मौत थी बस, कैसे भी, या तो वो मकान, क्योंकि सारे टूट चुके थे, मेरे आस पड़ोस के सारे मेरे सामने यूँ टूट के दब चुके थे। मेरे पास दो ही ऑप्शन था, या तो मैं नीचे जैसे बाकी टूट रहे एकदम से उसमें निकल जाऊंगा अंदर, या सामने से मलबा आ रहा था रीलिंग तोड़ते हुए मेरी तरफ को।
क्या मतलब मलबा आ रहा था, वो तस्वीर कैसी थी? क्योंकि आप सबसे ऐसे व्यक्ति थे जो आपने देखा और बचे।
बिल्कुल सर, देखा क्या, मैं तो पूरा मतलब मेरे सामने चलता रह रहा, मैं उधर भी देख रहा हूँ, 2-3 आदमी लड़के थे उधर, एक दूसरे जगह, दो और फंसे थे।
परिवार याद आया कि भगवान सब कुछ? मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ क्योंकि ऐसा समय आता है कि आदमी को 2 चीज़ें याद आती हैं, अपना परिवार।
तो सर हमारे नीचे, मैं भगवान के पास, मैं ऊपर चढ़ा तो मैंने नीचे हमारे वहाँ कल्प केदार मंदिर रहता था। सुबह उठते ही जैसे हम उठता था मैं वहाँ से, सबसे पहले वहाँ बाकी काम था।
कल्प केदार ने बचा लिया आपको?
बिल्कुल बचाया है, लेकिन मैं जब देखा तो कल्प केदार नहीं था, वो बिल्कुल दब चुका था। तो फिर क्या देखना था, फिर बचा ही क्या था मेरे सामने, सर।
आपके चोट भी लगी थी आप बता रहे थे?
हाँ सर, ये भी लगी है, ये वो वायर ये पूरा कट गया था।
आँख पर वायर लगी है, जब वो तार टूटा था बिजली का और ये चोट लगी है। ये खुशकिस्मत थे। और पंवार जी, कहना तो नहीं चाहिए, ये आपका गांव था, आपने देखा था, हरा भरा गांव, खुशहाल गांव था। आपको लगता है कि ये गांव दोबारा बस पाएगा?
सर ये तो
सच बताइए, आपको इस हालात को देख
नहीं लगता सर।
हिम्मत है?
देखो सर, आम आदमी तो क्या हिम्मत करेगा, अपने पास कपड़े नहीं है। ये जब मैं वहाँ से निकला सर, तो ये किसी जो लेबर वाले रहते थे, किसी से चप्पल मांग रखी है, किसी से ये अपने, ना कागज़ बचा है, ना फ़ोन बचा है, मतलब कुछ भी चीज़ नहीं है।
लेकिन हिम्मत ज़रूर है आपकी।
अब हिम्मत सर, अभी मेरे पानी जिनके घरों से मरे ना सर, जवान लड़के, वो भी यहाँ बैठे हैं, सेम हम मेरी तरह हैं, और ऐसी बातें कर रहे हो, उनके लग नहीं रहा है किसी की कि इसके घर में भी कोई कैजुअलिटी हुई है, क्योंकि सब एक सदमा जैसा हो रखा है सर।
कई लोग लापता है, लेकिन अभी तक उनका सुराग नहीं मिल पाया है, ना ही वो मिल पाया है। हज़ारों टन यहाँ पर मलबा है, 300 से 400 मीटर पूरी तरह से यहाँ पर मलबा ही मलबा है। नेपाल से सुशील आए अपने पिता को ढूंढने, अपने जीजा को ढूंढने, इसके अलावा अपने परिवार के 7 सदस्यों को। कई समय से, लंबे समय से यहाँ पर थे और काम कर रहे थे, लेकिन अब उनके पिता यहाँ पर लापता है और उनसे ही जानते हैं। सुशील भाई, उस दिन क्या हुआ?
उस दिन तो यहाँ पे काफ़ी रफ्तार से यहाँ पे जैसे बम बारूद गिरते हैं, जैसे मतलब आता है, फटता है, वैसे तरीके से यहाँ पे जो है ये पूरा रेत जो है, मलबा पूरा एक साथ आ गया सर। उस टाइम में जो है मेरे पापा ने मेरे को कॉल किया था। कॉल करने के बाद 1 घंटे के बाद, मतलब 1 घंटे तक वो, मतलब उससे पहले बोले थे, 1 घंटे तक उनकी कॉल जारी थी, बट उन्होंने उठाया नहीं।
क्या बोले वो?
उन्होंने बोला कि मेरे को बचा बेटे, मैं जो है मतलब मलबे में आधा डूब चुका हूँ, मेरे को बचाओ, इतना बस बोला सर। उसके बाद फ़ोन कट गया था और उसके बाद मैं आने के बाद भी फिर भी बचा नहीं पाया सर। अब क्या कर सकता, मैं वहाँ पे जाता तो फिर मैं ही खुद ही चल जाता, और मेरे साथ मैं चले जाता तो फिर मेरी मम्मी कैसे रहती सर। मम्मी के साथ भाई बहन थे, छोटे बच्चे, भाई बहन लोग।
कितने लोग लापता हैं?
अब मेरे हैं 7 लोग सर। एक तो जीजा हो गए, और एक है 3 चाचा है, उसके बाद एक भाई है, एक मतलब पापा है, एक वो है जीजू है।
इस वक्त हम मुखबा के लिए निकल रहे हैं हरसिल से, और सूखी टॉप के बाद से यहाँ से गाड़ियाँ ज़रूर चल रही है, लेकिन 18 किलोमीटर से ज़्यादा हम पैदल चले हैं। और हालात ऐसे हैं कि इस वक्त हम छत पर सफ़र कर रहे हैं, चूँकि गाड़ियाँ यहाँ बहुत कम है। तो आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर झील बनी है। ये वही झील है जिसने पूरा का पूरा इलाका ब्लॉक कर दिया है, और ये काफ़ी बड़ी झील बन गई है। यहाँ पर हेलीपैड हुआ करता था, और सामने दूर तक वहाँ पर दूसरी तरफ गाड़ियाँ फंसी हुई है। एक झंडा भी जो हेलीपैड पे होता है वो सामने है। तो पूरा इलाका इस वक्त झील से डूबा हुआ है, और ये अच्छी बात है कि झील से पानी धीरे धीरे रिस रहा है, लेकिन पहाड़ों का जो सफ़र है वो बेहद ही खतरनाक होता है, इतना आसान नहीं होता है। तो इस वक्त हम मुखबा के लिए निकल रहे हैं, और मुखबा से हम सीधा नीचे की ओर जाएंगे धराली के लिए, जहाँ ये बड़ी आपदा आई है। तो फिलहाल NDTV की टीम इस वक्त आगे की ओर बढ़ रही है। सच मानिए कि पहले पहाड़ से नीचे उतरना 4.5 किलोमीटर फिर उसके बाद चढ़ाई भी करनी, पैदल चलना, और पैदल चलने के बाद जो रास्ता है वो कई तरह से पार करते हुए हम उस आपदा वाले क्षेत्र में पहुंच रहे हैं जहां 5 अगस्त को एक सैलाब आया था जिसने एक तबाही लाई थी। तो एक एक्सपीरियंस ये भी है कि गाड़ी की छत पर हमें जाना पड़ रहा है क्योंकि सीट नहीं है।
माय बर्थडे गिफ्ट टू पापा, ये उनके पापा की पहली गाड़ी एक गराज में पड़ी थी दार्जिलिंग में, फिर 3 मैकेनिक, पेंटिंग, पॉलिशिंग। जब इसे फाइनली घर लाया ना, तब लगा लाइफ में ग्रो किया है।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
फिनिस्टा विंडोज, ब्यूटीफुल एंड ड्यूरेबल डिजाइन्स, इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनिस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Fine, finer, Finesta.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out there.
गोल्ड प्लस क्लियर ग्लास, पार हो या नियर, सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर।
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test. Mohit, you are known for your music. All your films, musics stay with us till today. I'm a millennial, and those music are kind of music. So whenever we say Mohit Suri film aa raha hai, we know the music will be good, right? It's a given. So you really work hard. But is this always like how you create your music? You need everything in place, the mood, the lighting, even when the person is in the studio and just singing. And also, how did you select your musicians that this person's voice is perfect for this song?
That's what I think, the amount you give to a song, that's how long it will last, I think. Everyone does the programming, everyone writes the words, everyone makes the thing. But the thing is how much you give, how much of heart you give to the lyrics or to the music or to the melody or to the singing. That's how long the song will last, is what I genuinely feel. If you don't give that love, you're not going to get it back. It's just a simple debit and credit procedure, I think, with the audience. I genuinely feel I don't have any special skill. I don't know any scale or anything else. It's just that I enjoy that process a lot. Give me an evening to just go for a film party or something, I'll skip it. But you give me like a struggling musician to go who has a great tune, some new guys, chill all night with them. I can do that. I can just sit there, make music and stuff like that. We just did that recently. Fahim came down. He just surprised us, and we met in my Bandra office, and Ahan was there, Aneet was there, and he made me hear his other songs and stuff like that. But it was it's so much fun, because I just think making music, film, you still get to see something. I think music is so amazing. You just
don't need to see anything.
It's in the air, and suddenly it just comes together, and it's just, you can just feel it. And something you hear makes you feel something. It's just magical.
जय जवान।
जय जवान।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Tariff, and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
You know, first, when Sayara released and we as audience realized, oh my God, what is happening? You know, when did you realize it? Like, it's like, I didn't expect this, what is happening? Like that wave that hits you.
You know, the first thing that really hit me, I'm telling you, was a month back actually, to be honest, is when Adi sir saw the film. And he saw a very loose cut and he decided the release date. But he was always, like me and Akshay were so into making the film, I think, along with Sumanna and all. Sometimes when you're so into it and you know, you don't realize, you don't see it from, and then he saw it from a third person perspective. I mean, he was always super confident about the film. And he had actually had this talk with me about how have we done. And yeah, we all grew up. I was in the 8th grade when I saw Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge and said I want to make a love story like this. For a person like him to say that, you know, you've made a great film. All he had asked for me was to make your best film for me. And I did, and I'm just glad that, so that was the first thing, you know, and that validation was great. I wasn't shouting over the roof for it. It gives you a lot of confidence at that moment, you know, for the person who's actually put his money where it is, and he wasn't talking about anything else, but on a very unassembled film at that time, could feel the emotion and be listening. But it was the first time we felt that we made something special. But yes, once the numbers came in, I think then it was Akshay.
The advance.
Yeah, and the advances came in, and then people were sending me messages, and all they said, no, don't listen to anyone. So I at one point just put my phone off and said, you know, this is getting too out of hand. And then in the night we got the number.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है.
मैडम एक बात, खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
Good evening and thanks so much for being with me tonight on India Matters. I come to you live from Bengaluru because this beautiful city is now ground zero of one of the fearsome political battles of the year. It started with Rahul Gandhi dropping what he called an atom bomb in the form of a presentation where he said he has found a smoking gun on voter rigging and electoral malpractice by the Election Commission. What it has triggered is numbers, facts. The BJP says is completely flimsy. The Election Commission has asked Rahul Gandhi to put his money where his mouth is, take an oath and put all his evidence on paper. Rahul Gandhi was here in Bengaluru earlier today to take the fight forward. But as things escalate, the question now is, will this remain just a political to and fro and a crossfire, or could this get much bigger?
Time lagega. मगर हम आपको पकड़ेंगे एक-एक करके पकड़ेंगे.
Rahul Gandhi renewed his attack on the Election Commission in Bengaluru, brandishing the now ubiquitous red copy of the Constitution. The Congress escalated his charge on the poll panel.
आपने मेरा कल प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस देखा होगा, उसमें हमने 100% साबित कर दिया है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन और बीजेपी ने मिलकर आपसे कर्नाटका से लोकसभा चुराई है. एक ना एक दिन आपको ऑपोजिशन का सामना करना पड़ेगा.
In his vote theft presentation on Thursday in Delhi, Rahul Gandhi had claimed massive irregularities in the Karnataka list. The big focus of Rahul's attack was the Bangalore Central constituency, where he alleged 1,250,000 votes were stolen, 11,965 duplicate voters, 40,009 fake and invalid addresses, 4,132 invalid photos, and 33,692 cases of misuse of Form 6.
What is happening today in Bihar, that should happen throughout the country. So if there is any confusion, everything will get clarified. And I feel even in Amethi also, this same kind of an exercise, what is happening in Bihar, that should happen even in Amethi also. So Rahul Gandhi will know the knowledge of his own constituency also.
I would like to say what our leader has put out yesterday is a genuine data. It's a data obtained through RTI. And he has explained now the Election Commission needs to answer to what the anomaly is. The onus of having a clean electoral roll is with the Election Commission.
But did Rahul really drop a bomb, or was it all bombast? Some names claimed by the Congress MP as fake voters in Bengaluru have turned out to be bona fide voters.
80 voters live in this house.
Gandhi also alleged that 80 voters were registered at a single address. The brother of the owner of that home has clarified that the 10 by 12 room is home to migrant voters who get ID cards to land jobs.
Yeah, this is the actually labor shed here.
Okay.
सभी आदमी उधर ही लेबर ज्यादा है, सॉफ्टवेयर का आदमी है, लेबर का आदमी है इधर.
Okay.
The Congress MP cancelled his visit to the Karnataka Election Commission office. The state poll body has asked Rahul to furnish a declaration proving his charges or apologize. With Deepak Bopanna in Bengaluru, NDTV Bureau Report.
1 करोड़ नए लोग जिन्होंने लोकसभा में अपना वोट नहीं डाला था, जादू से ये विधानसभा में वोट डालने निकल आए. और जहां भी ये नए वोटर आए, वहां पर बीजेपी चुनाव जीती. और सारे के सारे जो वोटर बढ़ाए गए, वो बीजेपी के खाते में गए. क्या सचमुच हम ये सीटें हारे थे? चुनाव आयोग से हम वोटर लिस्ट मांगते थे, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक सॉफ्ट कॉपी वोटर लिस्ट की मांगते थे, वो मना कर देते. महादेवापुरा में 6.5 लाख वोट हैं असेंबली में.
ಮಹದೇವಪುರ ಮತಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ 6.5 ಲಕ್ಷ मतಗಳಿವೆ.
और उसमें से 1,250,000 वोट चोरी किए गए हैं. डुप्लीकेट वोटर मतलब एक वोटर अनेक बार वोटिंग कर रहा है.
राहुल गांधी ने नॉर्थ इंडियन का नाम निकाल के लेके आया है, लेकिन हमारा असम में अगर आप थोड़ा कोशिश करें, आप देखेगा हमारा असम का बांग्लादेशी और जो एक समय बांग्लादेश से आया था हमारा मियाँ मुसलमान भाई, वो लोगों का वोटर लिस्ट का नाम बरपेटा में भी होता है, गुवाहाटी में भी होता है, केरला में भी होता है, पूरा दुनिया में होता है. तो इस दिल्ली में भी होते हैं। तो इसीलिए ये बीमार है और ये बीमार को ठीक करने के लिए ही बिहार में स्पेशल इंटेंसिव रिवीजन दिया गया था और राहुल गांधी ने आज इनडायरेक्टली इलेक्शन कमीशन को सपोर्ट किया कि ये देश में स्पेशल इंटेंसिव रिवीजन होना चाहिए, दो नाम में वोटर लिस्ट में नाम नहीं होना चाहिए।
मुझसे इलेक्शन कमीशन एफिडेविट मांगता है, मुझसे कहता है कि मुझे ओथ देना है, ओथ लेना है। मैंने पार्लियामेंट के सामने, पार्लियामेंट के अंदर ओथ लिया है, इस संविधान के सामने ओथ लिया है, इस पर हाथ डाल के वोट लिया है, क्योंकि वो जानते हैं कि अगर हिंदुस्तान की जनता ने इसी डेटा को लेकर सवाल पूछना शुरू कर दिया तो उनका पूरा ढांचा कोलैप्स कर जाएगा।
लेकिन ये देखना चाहिए कि एक प्रतिपक्ष की पार्टी चुनाव हारने के बाद किस तरह लगातार तथ्यों के आधार पर झूठ का काम कर रही है। लेकिन अगर उनको आपत्ति है तो कोई फॉर्मल एविडेंस किसी ओथ पे उन्होंने दी हो, इलेक्शन कमीशन में ऐसा नहीं है। उन्होंने एक बार एफिडेविट फाइल करा था सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, बाद में माफी मांग करके आए थे।
As the story gets bigger by the minute, and before we debate, the big questions we're asking on India Matters. Number one, why doesn't Rahul Gandhi give that declaration under oath and force the Election Commission to take his facts and figures and actually conduct a probe? That's the biggest question. Number two, why hasn't Rahul, at least so far, approached the Supreme Court with proof that he's put out into the public domain? Will the charges, like I said, lead to a substantial inquiry, or will it just be political spectacle? The issue is tracking among voters on the ground. Is that going to force an inquiry? And finally, how can bogus voters be removed more effectively? Will this lead to a larger trigger for electoral voter list reform in the country? And the Vidhan Sauda perhaps provides the most amazing and appropriate backdrop for what is turning out to be a big political face-off between the two principal parties of the country. And that's why tonight on India Matters, we have a very special lineup of guests right here in this special broadcast from Bengaluru. A.S. Ponnana is Congress MLA, legal advisor to the Chief Minister. He's been at the forefront of what's been happening. Rahul Gandhi was here earlier today to take his fight forward. R.K. Upadhyay, well-known political analyst. Anand Gurumurthy represents the opposition BJP. Deepak Bopana is, of course, our crack reporter here in Bengaluru, and Syed Asad Abbas is also a political analyst. He leans towards the Congress. Mr. Ponnana, thanks again to all of you for being here. Rahul Gandhi was here today. His press conference yesterday putting out the most detailed information about what he alleges is large-scale voter fraud, rigging, multiple IDs, fake voters in lists, etc. has been thrown out of the window in some ways by the BJP. The BJP, the Election Commission say, put your money where your mouth is, take an oath and put this information on paper. Rahul Gandhi says, I'm a politician, my word is my oath. What is the Congress planning to do right now? Is it going to remain in the political sphere, or is it going to move to courts or documents?
See, the way forward is something that we are still discussing. Obviously, this is going to continue in the political realm for now and continue till we reach a logical conclusion to this issue. But what is fundamental is free and fair elections require a very clean voter list. And what Rahul Gandhi ji has now raised are very pertinent questions with regard to misuse of the voters list. And in this process, he has brought it out with very substantial documentation. It is not that he's just thrown out something in the air. So he has specifically pointed out to each of his 5 allegations, for example, with Form C misuse. It says new voters being entered when they are in the age group of 70, 65. Yeah. Multiple entries made or bulk entries in one house. Non-existing addresses. These are all brought out with facts and with figures. Born out of data given by the Election Commission of India. To throw out this kind of material in a democratic setup that we believe in is most inappropriate and a travesty of justice, if you ask me. See, rule of law requires that the Election Commission, which is a constitutional body, absolutely independent from any interference, political or otherwise, or even executive interference, should come clean. It is our job as the opposition to raise these questions, and as long as it is backed with evidence, it is for the Election Commission to come clean with this issue to say that you come on vote is the most inappropriate reply to what Rahul Gandhi has raised.
So the Congress says the replies from the Election Commission, Anand, and the BJP in particular are inappropriate. They are not addressing the main issue, which is that Rahul Gandhi has put out specific verifiable data. Why not address it head on, factually, point by point, rather than point at him and say, sign these papers, or that you're going back to an old issue of unreliability of some electoral data, etc. Why not go head to head with his facts?
See, head to head, we are going to head toe. Actually, BJP at the national level is going head to toe. If you see, observe the Bihar election, the SIR is happening. This has happened multiple times in our country. The intensive revision has happened multiple times, and SIR, it's being guided by even Supreme Court now, saying that okay, you can go ahead, okay, with some other changes which they have done, but that's still okay. But what is important is the electoral processes in this country has acceptance of people to a great extent, and even international forums which monitor elections say that Indian election is one of the best conducted, and somebody is questioning that in a very illogical way.
But he's the leader of the opposition.
He may be the leader of the opposition because some people are backing him, and that is fair enough, acceptable in democracy. But why is he giving illogical statements? He's showing data which has been disproven by so many of our MPs and MLAs. They are clearly telling, okay, there are some houses are numbered as 0. There are some places where there might be no numbers to houses. It might be a small settlement.
R.K. Upadhyay, do the facts that Rahul Gandhi has put out, many people, I don't want to get into this ecosystem versus ecosystem business, because let's talk facts now. Many reasonable people who don't have any political leanings say Rahul Gandhi's information should be inspected. It should be, if it is false, it should be rebutted fact on fact. Remove all the acting, histrionics, drama, tutu meme, etc. that usually exists between the Congress and the BJP, and go fact to facts. And if he's wrong, then he will look bad for it. Yeah. What are you saying about the facts?
No, see, obviously, he's making huge allegations, and he should have put out in the public domain. If this fraud has happened, it's really unfortunate. It's such a huge fraud as the Congress claims. Why haven't they put it out in the public domain? I don't know. They held a press conference in Delhi. I don't know whether it was given to each and every journalist there. I'm not aware of it. If they have, but they should. Okay. Number 2, they held a major meeting here in Bangalore, and they should have distributed some copies. We as journalists would like to see what these facts are. What is that he's relying on? Okay. The number 2 I want to say is, look, the Election Commission does the revision every other time that is required to be done. So this was done in January 2024. Okay, soon after the 2023 assembly elections. So there have been 2 elections which have been held in the last 2 years, and then the Election Commission has come with the draft data as well as the final rolls, and all of them are given to all political parties and the public.
So you're saying that the Congress has had enough time to look at the rolls and could have raised this before, but Team Rahul has said that this has been an exercise that has taken 6 months. They've clarified on that point.
No, okay, but then January 24 it was put out. So the elections happened in May. What were you doing till then?
Okay.
And then it's 1 year since the elections happened. What have you been doing for the last 1 year? And you claim, 1 lakh votes are fake votes. I'll tell you, Mahadevpura they taken up. Mahadevpura has 6.59 lakh voters. Okay, that's one segment of the parliamentary, central, Bangalore Central. Out of that, 5.31 lakh voters voted. Okay, this is the voting percentage that happened.
Okay.
And then, how you say 1 lakh voters are fake? So
okay.
Is that a possibility?
Mr. Panana, let me come to you on that. Are any of those facts arguable? Point number one.
Let us be clear.
Yeah.
We are dealing with facts. We are dealing with material which is based on data obtained from the Election Commission of India. Rahul ji yesterday pointed out the voluminous nature of the documents that we had to go through.
That's why it took so long.
It took so long. We had to go page by page, compare it, and what is the material that we have come up with. We have shown, for example, in a house which is a single bedroom house, 50 voters are registered. It's not possible. So, to just beat it with rhetoric, it doesn't work. This is not just about politics. This is about, the question is a challenge to the biggest democratic nation in the country. Okay. So we believe in democracy. We have gone on with this democratic process for the last 75 years. We want it to be as clean as it gets.
Okay.
So I don't understand why the BJP is reacting to it. My friend says that the BJP MPs have said something. Okay, it's not about BJP MP versus Congress MP. The question is to the Election Commission of India.
Okay.
The question is, look, here is this data which says that these voters are not valid. And this is numbering to a large number in one constituency.
Okay.
You have not given us the material that we wanted in digital form. Well, fair enough. We have pointed out this to you. Come clean with it.
Okay.
And what is the Election Commission saying?
Can you clarify one thing for us, Mr. Ponnana, which has become now the kind of sticking point between the BJP and the Congress, which is about the Election Commission do this with documentation on oath. That has not happened. Rahul Gandhi has replied by saying, I'm a politician, everything I say is on oath. It has become a semantics kind of war between the two sides. As a lawyer as well, can you explain why that is not happening? What is the big deal in taking to documents and going under oath on these allegations? Is that an issue?
No. See, it is not about whether he can go on oath or not. The question is larger than that. The question is, why is the Election Commission, which is to be an independent body, behaving like the spokesperson of the BJP? Why are they coming out with an answer that you come on oath? If I send them a representation on post, they are supposed to reply to me, right? They are the administration, they are the authority. They are the ones responsible for this. So people in responsible positions must respond. They must respond. Number one. Number two, in response to what Mr. Upadhyaya said, yesterday's press conference was perhaps one of the finest that I have seen, personally, to tell you. And he has come out with data, statistics, complete report with a digital presentation. It does not look like he has seen it. But we have given a digital presentation along with the entire records to the media. And the press, if you see the newspapers today, everybody has reported in
on the issue. The thing about this detailed presentation is also, Deepak, and you've been reporting it, he was there today in fact, is that some nuggets from this presentation have become bigger headlines. One of them is one particular voter named Aditya Srivastav in UP. The other is these 80 people in one household. As a reporter, we have the politicians here and they will hopefully argue on facts. The Congress is saying, let's argue on facts. The BJP says, these facts are too flimsy to argue with at all. The EC says, come on oath. As a reporter on the ground, can you explain this to us? The 80 people in that house, how does it work? Where did this come from?
Well, Shiv, this is quite interesting because now over the years, whenever people have voted, they've probably figured this out, that there is one issue or the other. When a person goes to one booth, maybe his name is missing, he goes to the other booth, finds his name mentioned there. So these are issues that are there. But one aspect that everyone should note here is that the electoral rolls are given to the candidates, to the agents at the booth. So they have it even before the election is happening. So if there are discrepancies, they have that point to actually, bring it out then. Now, as far as this 80 people in one house, I have spoken to the owner, I have spoken to the owner's brother. Let me tell you here, now he says that this is a 10 by 12 or 10 by 15 square feet house. So this is not where a family lives. These are migrants who come here, who get small jobs as housekeeping staff or in the construction business. They've been staying in Bengaluru for 6 months, 1 year. So whenever they stay in a house like this, they get a rental agreement. The rental agreement is used to make a voter ID, and a voter ID is other documentation through which they get employment. So for the Congress to say, well, there were 80 people in one address may be true because there are multiple people over the last 15 years who've been occupying this as tenants. Now these tenants get rental agreements become voter IDs.
Yeah.
Are these voter IDs actually resulting in them voting is the big question, because that is what needs to be proved. That is not something that has been proved. Yes, they have probably pointed out that multiple people have the same address, but are these multiple people actually casting the vote? Because that results in a fraud.
So who is the onus on to disprove that?
Well, the Congress definitely has to prove that. The Election Commission also has to look into these aspects of how do they really cut down these sort of possibilities where multiple rental agreements, do they actually discard the older people on the same address? So does the EC have that much of manpower on the ground is a question, but the onus is on the Congress to of course prove that these were people who actually went there and casted the vote.
Okay. Onus is on the Congress party. Do you agree with that? The BJP says if you're making all these allegations, the Election Commission also vicariously saying if you're making all these allegations, give us something to work with. You can't be firing in the air and expecting a full investigation into it.
I think over the last 6 months, Rahul Gandhi has done enough. Him and his team, they have enough evidence, data collected. So I definitely think that they should submit the same to the Election Commission of India. What I believe is, if there is great power, there is responsibility, there is accountability. Accountability on the Congress end to furnish these documents, collected evidence to the Election Commission of India and the ECI to take action. We are standing here right in front of Vidhan Sauda, which is the Bangalore Central constituencies. Let me quickly give you this case study. Congress versus BJP. 7 assembly constituencies. 6 won by Congress. Only 1 won by the BJP candidate. Out of what? You have 1 lakh fake votes. I have the data with me as per shared by Rahul Gandhi ji. 11,900 are duplicate votes, 40,000 are fake votes, 10,000 bulk votes, 4,000 invalid photos, and 33,000 where the 6A form has been misused for new voters. This, had it been done a fair election, the Congress candidate would have won. Boon boon se Mahasagar banta hai. I think every candidate matters.
But is it really that clear? Is it really that clear? We don't know. This is data that's been put out, but we don't know who those people may or may not.
That's a fair question. So let there be a full-fledged investigation.
Yes, Anand.
See, basically, I just want to make one point here. 2023 election data, if it takes up, guarantee scheme, Congress got more number of MLA seats. Okay. But 2024 election, that's Modi's popularity there. And here, it's always been, Bangalore Central and other places in Bangalore, most of the seats go to the BJP. And this kind of flimsy arguments, how many arguments can we do? Every time they lose, they say the voting machine is wrong. Okay, every time, a good happening like the SIR which is happening in Bihar happens, they say this system should not exist there. There, Tejaswini Yadav says that this should not be done. And here the Indie-Bok Alliance Congress guy says that it has to be done. So this is kind of, attacking the entire democracy of India.
So, they are picked on Mahadevpura. For the, Congress spokesperson's information, 4 assembly elections they won continuously. And in the 4 Lok Sabha
That's what the BJP has put out.
Yes,
the data.
In the 4 Lok Sabha elections, BJP has had a substantial lead. So this is Mahadevpura. Okay. And secondly, they claim there was 10,452 voters without single address, 40,009 voters who had no address, 0 or fake address, and then 30,692 first-time voters who were given as 95 years, 98 years and all that. So you are claiming there are around 1 lakh voters in Mahadevpura alone are fake?
It's become specific, Mr. Ponana.
Out of 6.59 voters, 3.51 voted.
Is the beginnings of, addressing the facts that have been put out by Rahul Gandhi. Mahadevpura has become the emotive issue because it has become very specific to these constituencies. How would you respond to this data?
Let's be clear on certain things. Mahadevpura is chosen as one of the constituencies.
Yeah, but there are more.
Yes, there are more. Obviously, there are more. And everybody must admit that electoral rolls needs some reforms. There is no doubt, 2 ways about it. Now, when it materially affects the result of an election, is when democracy is under real threat. So the question that remains is, what we have thrown out in public domain, and now what we have given the Election Commission in the state of Karnataka, is substantiated by sufficient data to commence at least an inquiry into the issue. Now, why are we arguing on these points as if we have gone there and inquired? Now Rahul Gandhi ji says, house number 0. Father's name is some XYZ. Does not even have a name. House number cannot be 0. You have given him a voter's ID. What is the basic requirement to be a voter? Is he should be a common resident of that area. Now, with an agreement of 11 months, can you be registered as a voter, even if you go with what Deepak says? You can't justify things by saying that there is a 1-bedroom house. Labor would come, work and go away, so we given them voter's ID. The next group comes. No, that's not justification to this. This is a real substantiated allegation, and Election Commission, in all fairness, and I don't speak as a congressman, but in all fairness as a constitutional institution responsible for protecting the democracy of this country, should have come out and said, look, we will look into this issue, we will inquire. The way they are defending, it looks like they are trying to protect.
So Anand, I was driving around in Bengaluru today, and there are many Congress posters saying it is not the Election Commission, it's the BJP Commission. The EC does not take any decisions without getting it cleared by the BJP High Command. The attempt to paint the EC as an organ of the BJP is very clear. That's been going on for a while. In light of the fact that this is an elaborate press conference and data that's been put out by Rahul Gandhi, damaging if it is true. You're saying it's not true, it's flimsy, it's nonsense, it's rubbish. By virtue of the fact that he is the leader of the opposition, he's not just Rahul Gandhi anymore. The BJP has tried to brand Rahul Gandhi in many ways, we know that. But he's a leader of the opposition. Giving respect to his position alone, shouldn't the default response have been, not so much to ridicule, but to say, okay, we know you are wrong. Let's take all your facts and we will make you look even more foolish by inquiring about it and making you look wrong. See, that should have been the answer then.
No, basically between 2004 and 2014, he even tore up one of this thing by the cabinet of Monsoon Singh ji. He tore that up, okay, when Monsoon Singh ji was in USA. So this kind of behavior has always been, there. But that's not a thing.
But he's no longer just Rahul Gandhi.
No. Whatever it is, whatever it is. Okay. The basic thing is, yes, I'll answer that, sir. The basic thing is he's talking about certain things like EC is with BJP, ED is with BJP, CBI is with BJP. Whenever he is questioned or some of the corruption issues that his family has done is questioned, immediately he has these kind of things, okay, which is questioning the essence of this country, the democracy of this country, which is totally wrong. So answer should be given in the way the question is asked. This person has repeatedly asked questions which are downright questioning certain things which are accepted in this country, believed in this country. And in the last 11 years, what Mr. Rahul Gandhi can't digest is this country has become truly democratic. The institutions are working independently, whether it is EC, ED, CBI, they are working independently. They are trying to convict criminals. They are trying to ensure that the elections are very fair and fair enough. So this is something which Mr. Rahul Gandhi can't digest because he has never seen that kind of an environment when Congress was ruling.
Do you think there should be an inquiry by the Election Commission? Absolutely. A basic inquiry, look into the facts? Or none at all? Let it remain in the political sphere?
Absolutely, there has to be an inquiry. If there is any truth in it, it has to come out. My point is, why can't the Congress party own it up? You must take the responsibility of what you're putting out in the public. You can't just, put it in the public meeting and say, look, this is it, and then you find out what the truth is. Why can't they own it up? They are giving very specific figures. 10,032.
So what are you saying? No, what are you saying? Rahul Gandhi should go to court is what you're saying?
Either he should go to court or both you should tell the Election Commission these are the facts that we have collected and he should be able to back it up. Whatever facts you are putting out, you should be able to back it up.
Syed, you're a Congress supporter. Should Rahul Gandhi go to court, put his money where his mouth is, proverbially speaking, and say, I've made this powerful presentation, I've put out all these facts, you've heard what Mr. Ponnana has also said. Let's go to court and finish this.
Definitely, why not? I think it should be a Supreme Court ordered and monitored investigation on this, because people like us who are voters of this constituency cannot afford to lose faith in the Election Commission of India. We've seen judgments, we've seen observations on the CBI, ED, IT from Supreme Court as caged parrots, but this time it is serious. I'll tell you, I was watching a video of Rahul Gandhi. There are about 80 to 100 voters. In the address you see zero. कहाँ रहते हैं ये? Zero. कहाँ है zero? ना ज़मीन पे ना आसमान पे. Where? And the names ASDF, GHIJK. What kind of names are this? This really questions. And my simple question as a voter, why don't we have a digital voter list? Why so many papers? Papers which are 7 feet tall.
That is a policy issue.
I think that
I take your point.
When Modi ji says digital India, there needs to be a digital voter.
If we start talking about reforms in election process in general, then we will have to be here probably all night because there are many things to be done. Because one of the interesting things, even in this debate, and you have also seen it, is because some are saying that the anomalies which have been pre-existent in our voter list processes are now being amplified to look like large-scale fraud by Rahul Gandhi.
Just one quick point.
Quick.
Yeah, quick. We say Modi hai to mumkin hai. If it is digital India, why not digital voter list?
Okay.
It's a need of the hour. I think Modi ji can do it.
Okay. Deepak, given the current kind of hostility levels between the BJP and Congress, we see things usually just wallow in the political sphere and then they dissipate once the attention has faded. Rahul Gandhi has also been seen to jump between issues and move away once the traction kind of dissipates. Do you think that might happen here? Karnataka is one prime example where the kind of enmity levels between the BJP and Congress are very high. So the citizen, the common citizen will want to know, is it just going to be a fight and semantics and innuendo? Or will there be a factual investigation and an argument?
Well, I think that's the need of the hour. Factual investigation and details both by the Congress party and also the EC should probably clarify because, like you said, small anomalies and discrepancies have been there in the electoral roll. Now that it has been pointed out, the proof should be whether this translated into electoral fraud because that's the charge. And this is having national repercussions. We are looking at international media as well, looking at this charge. Like you said, Rahul Gandhi no longer is just an MP. He is the leader of the opposition. When he makes a charge that is so pointed, it should be backed with a certain amount of evidence is what I feel.
Final comment from you, and I'll end with Mr. Ponnana, but final comment from you, Anand, is yes, you're ridiculing Rahul Gandhi and saying, these are flimsy things. He has an attention deficit. This is his latest pet project because the last ones have failed. All sorts of things the BJP says about him. But as leader of the opposition, does it at the minimum warrant a look into our electoral system. Since these things keep coming up, whether it is EVMs, whether it is voter lists, whether it is IDs, the point that Deepak makes is also an important one. Maybe this is an opportunity for a larger bipartisan look at fixing some of these historical anomalies.
Yes, BJP has started that process 11 years ago itself. One nation, one election, which has just been passed, that is also in line with this. So Rahul Gandhi might be, showing up now and, coming up with a few pages of printouts. But actually BJP has been working on this, and we are going to ensure that elections will be fair and fair as of now. It is already fair, and it will become more cleaner. The electoral registers will be more, as Abbas was telling, digitally maintained or something like that. It will happen in India, and it will happen under Modiji's leadership. You can't expect anything more from Rahul Gandhi. He can just, talk to a gallery.
So the reforms have already begun.
Yes.
R.K. Upadhyay, your final thoughts on this?
No, I feel, the electoral rolls...
Because the Bihar election is coming up.
Yes,
we have to remember that there is a big election coming up this year.
Big election coming
up. There are
up.
huge elections coming up next year. If it is left unaddressed, these are issues that will become dominant flashpoints in the conversation.
Absolutely. You see, everyone knows that the electoral, rolls are not pure, because there are anomalies, and then it's not very easy. People keep moving from one place to the other of this big, and then people don't, inform that they're moved from one place to the other. I mean, whose responsibility is to inform the Election Commission? It's on the voter. We don't do that. So this is one of the main reasons why it's happening. Of course, digitizing might help, in cleaning up this thing. But, one fact that everybody thinks, why is Rahul Gandhi coming up with this? He doesn't seem to be able to win any elections. Bihar election, do you think Congress has a chance? Kerala, do they have a chance? Assam, do they have a chance? No, probably this is one of the reasons why he wants to put the mud on the Election Commission before the elections are held. That is the impression that the people get.
I will leave the final word to Mr. Ponnanna. Sir, a very common thing that is said, whether it was on social media, whether it is the rivals of the Congress party, is this is the Congress party pre-deciding the election results before they happen. They know they're not going to win in Bihar, and therefore they've created this issue to make the public think that it's a pre-decided result. How would you respond to that and the allegation that Rahul Gandhi lurches between issues and there is a credibility crisis as well? This, in my personal opinion, is too important an issue to ignore. But how would you address that?
Look, we can't expect anything better from the BJP. Every question raised to the administration is answered with personal attacks on Rahul Gandhi and his family. You ask them about Pahalgam, they'll say, what did Nehru do? You ask them about electoral voters list, they'll say, Rahul Gandhi, you can't expect better from him. There is no way that an administration and a government who has been elected by the people, if at all, in the natural course of things, answers to questions which have been raised. These are questions which are important in cleaning up the electoral politics of this country. If that is so, and backed by data, substantial data in my opinion, why are you shying away from as much as an investigation or an inquiry into it? And why is the BJP reacting like this? And look, if you are going to say you are going to get wiped out in Kerala, we have won the by-elections from the communists, and BJP is nowhere in Kerala. So let them not worry about Kerala and Bihar elections or the next Assam elections which is coming up. We will wait and see. Look, we have taken election results. It's the end of the day, the people's opinion. We got to bow down to it. But when questions are raised, being in government, being the Prime Minister and being the elected representatives of the people, you've got to answer them. You've got to come out with answers which cleans up the electoral issues and also answers to the questions that have been raised. Now, can somebody throw it away saying there is nothing in this when we are pointedly showing out how these registrations have happened? So in my view, the fact that they are defending this with rhetorics, with personal attacks against Rahul Gandhi, with attacks against the Congress party, shows that they are trying to hide something.
Okay. So the Congress says the BJP has something to hide. The BJP says the Congress has no better way to signal its defeat in the upcoming elections. And as Mr. Ponnanna said, personal attacks on Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi, in some ways, has made this his new issue before the big elections. But he's refusing to, go on oath as far as the documents are concerned or go to court. That might still happen. We don't know. As Mr. Ponnanna said, the next strategy is still being worked out. I think what all of us can agree on, before there are many disagreements, of course, is that some level of an inquiry must happen. Now, whether or not it happens and whether all of it gets drowned out by the noise of the political battlefield remains to be seen. But I think the public would like some answers, would like some clarity, would like some fact checks and rebuttals. Because if Rahul Gandhi is completely wrong and he's made a mountain out of a molehill or taken facts that are not correct, and even you will agree with that, then let the facts come out.
If he's right. And right now the facts out there, you know.
I completely agree.
Right.
If he's right, then it's too big to actually ignore and sweep under the carpet. So why not actually meet it head on? Thank you very much, Mr. Ponnana, for coming out here. R.K. Upadhyay, Anand Gurmurthy, Deepak, always our crack reporter here, and Syed, my friend. Thank you very much. And as we sign out of this special broadcast, let me say that from here in the digital capital of India, something that Syed said struck me. We can say chalta hai for anomalies in our electoral system, and say that we are a big noisy democracy and we've got so many people and therefore ye sab hota rehta hai, these things can happen. I beg to differ. I say that as a digital powerhouse, we should ensure a kind of zero error electoral system, because elections are too big, too important for a country that is on an upward trajectory. We should have as error-free elections as it is possible to have, and not only elections that are error-free, but elections where you cannot poke holes, and nobody can poke holes. That should be what we'll be aiming for. Thank you all of you for joining us here. Thanks very much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Finesta Windows, beautiful and durable designs. इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
फाइनर फिनेस्टा।
जब मुंबई से वापस कोल्हापुर शिफ्ट हुआ तो सबने कहा कि ड्रीम सिटी को छोड़ रहा है। ड्रीम सिटी, तो मैंने कहा ड्रीम में तो यही गलियां आती हैं। तो जब ये रियलाइज़ हुआ कि कुछ बड़ा करने के लिए बड़े शहर में रहने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, तब लगा कि लाइफ में ग्रो किया। कशी ताई, ऐसे बॉय मिलते मुंबई में? चांस ही नहीं।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Tariff and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
फिनेस्टा विंडोज, ब्यूटीफुल एंड ड्यूरेबल डिजाइन्स। इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
फाइनर फिनेस्टा।
माय बर्थडे गिफ्ट टू पापा, ये उनके पापा की पहली गाड़ी एक गराज में पड़ी थी दार्जिलिंग में। फिर 3 मैकेनिक, पेंटिंग, पॉलिशिंग। जब इसे फाइनली घर लाया ना, तब लगा लाइफ में ग्रो किया है। बुलाओ।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
जय जवान।
फिनेस्टा विंडोज, ब्यूटीफुल एंड ड्यूरेबल डिजाइन्स, इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Find Finer Finesta.
And you know, that's why it's being said that after Kaho Na Pyar Hai,
Yeah.
this is the film that has got two superstar debutants who are becoming superstars. But what was this faith that you had on these two that you know that shows on screen?
You know, you don't plan to make a blockbuster. You plan to make a good film. And that's what I think they never let me, you know, they didn't put that pressure on me to live up to. They never gave me a number that we have to hit or a so-called figure that I have to open to. There was, all these trappings were just not there, which normally producers do end up putting that pressure. You know, then you make wrong things. Then you add a song for a shadi song.
He was once the 6th richest man on the planet, with a net worth of $42 billion. He once was. He was once a household name, and everyone used to admire how he kept fit at 40. He ran the marathon. He would be seen jogging along Mumbai's Marine Drive early in the morning. But that was then. He had a flamboyant lifestyle not seen earlier with someone who bore his family name.
6.6 million subscribers.
His companies were spread around the world. He once supped with the who is who of the world of international entertainment and commerce. He no longer does. Since those heady days, the world of Anil Ambani has been on a roller coaster ride of rising tumbles and dipping falls, as steep inclines made up of failures, comeback ventures, allegations and court cases marked his business ventures. And then in July 2025 came the raids. When the family patriarch Dhirubhai Ambani died in 2002, he left no will and no clear picture of who would control what of the Reliance empire that he had created. The future of the Ambani enterprises hinged on the family sticking together. It was not a difficult scenario to imagine. In their younger days, brothers, with just 2 years separating their entry into the world, shared a rapport. Those who had seen them say that they had chemistry between them, the good kind. Some say that the brothers used to finish each other's sentences. Everyone thought that eventually they would take over from their father and run the empire together. Anil Ambani, the younger brother, had gone to do his MBA at the prestigious Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. He had completed a BSc at Kishan Chand Chelaram College in Bombay earlier. When Anil returned to India with his MBA, his father made him a CEO of Reliance Industries. But many an empire in history split brother away from brother, and what happened at Reliance was no different. Their father, the self-made tycoon, died suddenly and interstate of a stroke, and his sizable fortune and corporate holdings were up for grabs. Behind closed doors, brother fought brother, but the animosity and the bickering began to leak out. Events that were not good for business. It was Mother Kokila who had to mediate an acceptable split between the two belligerent siblings. Mukesh got oil and chemical, and to Anil's lot fell electricity and telecom. While Mukesh Ambani retained the traditional core businesses, Anil Ambani took charge of the more glamorous new age businesses. He formed his own Reliance group and named it Anil Dhirubhai Ambani Group, or ADAG in short. ADAG soon became one of the largest business conglomerates in India, valued into billions of dollars. It suited Anil Ambani's ambition to grow and expand enterprises which were exciting and full of promise, like communications and entertainment. He first acquired a majority stake in AdLab Films, which he later rebranded as Reliance Media Works. In 2008, Anil Ambani announced a $1.2 billion joint venture with Steven Spielberg's DreamWorks Studios. It was the biggest and most significant Hollywood collaborations in Indian cinema history. Anil Ambani's entertainment business was part of big successful Hollywood productions like the Academy Award-winning Lincoln and the BFG, The Girl on the Train, and Ready Player One. Over the years, Reliance Entertainment became a significant force in global entertainment production. But Anil Ambani's entertainment empire was not just about film production, it was also about film screening. The Anil Dhirubhai Ambani Group included big cinemas that at one time operated 468 screens across India, the United States, Malaysia, and the Netherlands.
In a little over 3 years,
Anil Ambani's flagship company was Reliance Communications,
we have turned
which initially revolutionized the telecom industry in India. Driven by aggressive marketing and competitive pricing, Reliance Communications captured a chunk of the market, operating mobile and broadband services throughout India. It soon became the country's second largest mobile operator. This was Anil Ambani's golden period. His personal wealth grew from somewhere in the range of $7 billion to a peak of $42 billion by 2008. Forbes magazine placed him as the 6th richest person in the world. His success and his wealth made Anil a flag bearer of India's economic emergence on the global stage.
I request the members to permit me to take the notice convening this meeting as well as the...
He was seen as a youth icon and a visionary business leader. Photographs of the flamboyant Ambani with his former film actress wife Tina Munim regularly made it to the page 3 supplements of newspapers. Their 1991 wedding had been a grand affair that marked one of the biggest mergers of Bollywood glamour with business dynasty. As Anil Ambani partied with film stars and lived an evidently lavish life, all seemed to be going well with him. He was even elected to the Rajya Sabha in June 2004 as an independent candidate from Uttar Pradesh with the support of the Samajwadi Party. But he resigned 2 years later. On the business front, Anil Ambani was expanding his newfound empire at a brisk trot.
In India's march towards self-sufficiency in power, only if we have the financial flexibility and strength to make substantial investments over long periods of time.
Having Dhirubhai as a predecessor and Reliance as a brand name helped. Banks lined up to fund Anil Ambani's ambitions. But every business is run on the promise of profit, and profit it was that was not forthcoming. One by one, Anil's ventures began to run in the red. By 2010, it became evident that Anil's businesses were struggling. In 2011, the CBI launched a probe into Anil Ambani's links to Swan Telecom. It was suspected that Anil had diverted funds in the 2G scam. In 2014, Anil was forced to sell his prized big cinemas to reduce debt taken by Reliance Entertainment. By 2018, Reliance Power's assets had to be sold off. An investment in the Dadri power plant led to legal troubles over land acquisition and drained the company of resources. By this time, the total debt of the Anil Ambani group of companies together had reached 1.72 lakh crore rupees. A year later, in 2019, the jewel in Anil Ambani's crown, Reliance Communications, or RCom, entered insolvency. RCom had backed CDMA technology, which quickly became obsolete. Burdened by loans, Anil had no option but to sell assets to anyone who would buy them or liquidate. "2019 was a tense time for Anil Ambani. He was staring at arrest, as the Supreme Court threatened to imprison Anil Ambani for RCom defaulting on payment of 550 crore rupees to Ericsson AB's India unit. Elder brother Mukesh stepped in to bail him out. Anil faced the ignominy of filing for bankruptcy at a UK court. He declared that he owned nothing meaningful and that his wife supported him and his family. No sympathy was shown by the court, as it ordered him to pay up $717 million within 21 days to 3 Chinese banks that he owed money to. Then came the pandemic, and post that, Anil Ambani's Reliance Group looked set on a journey of recovery. The focus this time was on sectors like clean energy, infrastructure, and defense. Reliance Power in Q4 of FY25 reported a consolidated net profit of 126 crore rupees compared to a loss of 397.56 crore just a year ago. Reliance Infrastructure reported consolidated profit at rupees 4,387 crores in Q4 of FY25, in comparison to a loss of 3,298 crore rupees recorded during the third quarter of FY25. By March 31st, 2025, the Anil Ambani-led conglomerate successfully reduced its standalone net debt to zero. The company repaid loans amounting to approximately 3,300 crore rupees to banks and financial institutions during the year 2024-25. But all along, trouble had still been brewing. In 2021, Reliance Capital had defaulted on bonds worth 24,000 crore rupees. In 2022, the CBI filed an FIR, formally launching its investigation into the alleged misuse of public funds and corporate misgovernance.
150 crores on the lands.
In 2024, market regulator SEBI banned Anil Ambani and 24 related entities from the stock markets for 5 years. This over allegations of fund diversion. Anil Ambani was also personally slapped with a 25 crore rupee fine by the market regulator. And now, Anil Ambani is back making the headlines again, with the Enforcement Directorate having summoned him in connection with multiple cases. He's being accused of fraud and round-tripping. An alleged associate has already been arrested.
The money was given to promoter group entity which were offshore and then subsequently rerouted or brought back into the country, which is called round-tripping, and that is fraud. As such, banking definition of fraud itself is that the money given by banks is intended for purposes which are not for the intended use. So channelizing or siphoning of funds to various promoter entity itself is fraud.
The ongoing ED probe is now one of the largest corporate loan fraud cases under investigation. A lookout notice has been issued by the ED for Anil Ambani, meaning that come what may, he cannot leave the country. He has to stay and face the allegations being leveled against him and his way of running his businesses.
I think all of this is presently in the realm of allegations. The ED has had a very checkered history in making all sorts of allegations in many cases, and we've seen how those prosecutions have gone. So with that sort of caveat in mind, with that history in mind, I think even in this case, let's just look at the allegations first. They're saying that certain loans have been taken by Anil Ambani controlled entities, and that those loans were subsequently passed on to other group entities or other entities connected and associated with Anil Ambani's companies. Now, merely utilizing debt that has come in, among other group entities does not mean some offense under the Money Laundering Act has been committed. Now, unless and until there is a proper full-blown investigation, there is some proof or evidence that suggests that deliberately some wrongdoing has been done or that siphoning was intended, to jump to a conclusion at this stage, I think would be highly irresponsible.
For someone who used to run marathons, Anil Ambani must be feeling he's back on the grueling path once more. Running a different kind of a marathon this time, having to contend with allegations and accusations leveled against him. Everyone is waiting to see whether Anil Ambani will make it to the finish line in one piece, or will he fall by the wayside, becoming the Ambani who went to jail for fraud and cheating.
This is the last word. Good evening. I'm Maria Shakil. Our top story is, of course, what was played out by the Congress party yesterday. Now, the grand old party is planning to launch a nationwide campaign against alleged voter list manipulation and election fraud. The BJP today called Rahul Gandhi's allegations made yesterday as new wine in an old bottle. The Election Commission continued to challenge the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, demanding a sworn affidavit on the allegations of voter fraud. So what is going to be the end game in this ongoing controversy? That's the question that I ask on the show tonight. First up the story, then I bring in the guests.
Charges, counter-charges, threats and dares. An all-out attack and counter-attack. The knives are out in the Rahul versus EC battle over the vote chori charge. Rahul Gandhi on Friday doubled down on his allegations at a rally in Bengaluru.
महादेवापुरा में 6.5 लाख वोट हैं असेंबली में और उसमें से 1,250,000 वोट चोरी किए गए हैं.
The leader of the opposition also upped the ante, repeating his threat to the poll panel.
टाइम लगेगा मगर हम आपको पकड़ेंगे एक-एक करके पकड़ेंगे.
The Election Commission had on Thursday dared the Congress leader to give an affidavit on oath if he believed his allegations. Sources in the commission told NDTV that failure to give oath will mean that Rahul is not sure of his charges, and in that case he has no option but to apologize. Rahul rejected the oath demand, saying that he has already taken the oath in Parliament.
मैंने पार्लियामेंट के सामने पार्लियामेंट के अंदर ओथ लिया है.
Another Rahul versus EC flashpoint emerged as the panel fact-checked the Congress leader's claim that the EC has shut down its website after the allegations.
और आज जब हिंदुस्तान की जनता हमारे डेटा को लेकर इलेक्शन कमीशन के वेबसाइट पर सवाल पूछ रही है तो इलेक्शन कमीशन ने अपना वेबसाइट बंद कर दिया.
The Election Commission also debunked another of Rahul's claims from Thursday, where he declared a family as fake voters as their pictures were not clear. The family in question showed their voter ID cards with clear pictures. The issue has also raised political temperatures, with the BJP top guns hitting out at Rahul Gandhi.
अगर उनको आपत्ति है तो कोई फॉर्मल एविडेंस किसी ओथ पे उन्होंने दी हो. इलेक्शन कमीशन में ऐसा नहीं है. उन्होंने एक बार एफिडेविट फाइल करा था सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, बाद में माफी मांग करके आए थे.
राहुल गांधी ने आज इनडायरेक्टली इलेक्शन कमीशन को सपोर्ट किया कि ये देश में स्पेशल इंटेंसिव रिवीजन होना चाहिए. दो नाम में वोटर लिस्ट में नाम नहीं होना चाहिए.
Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi came out in brother Rahul's defense.
आप वोटर लिस्ट दे क्यों नहीं रहे हैं? आप इन्वेस्टिगेट कर क्यों नहीं रहे हैं? उसके बजाय आप कह रहे हैं कि एफिडेविट साइन करके दो. इससे बड़ा ओथ क्या है जो हम सदन में लेते हैं?
Rahul Gandhi also made his voter list presentation at the India Bloc dinner on Thursday night. Many allies came out in support on Friday.
What he has shown with evidence is just how many people have been enrolled in booths which probably ended up helping in the outcome result for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
समाजवादी पार्टी ने जब 18,000 एफिडेविट दे दिए, तभी नमूना था, लाखों दे सकते थे. 18,000 एफिडेविट दे दिए तो चुनाव आयोग की बोलती बंद हो गई और उनकी कलम खामोश हो गई.
The next act of the Rahul versus EC battle will be played out in Delhi on Saturday, when the India Bloc MPs march to the EC headquarters. An NDTV Bureau report.
And joining me on the show tonight, Sanjay Kumar, Professor of CSDS, Amitabh Tiwari, Political Strategist, O.P. Rawat, former CEC, Alok Kumar, Spokesperson of the Congress, Dr. Syed Zafar Islam, National Spokesperson of the BJP. Sanjay Kumar, 24 hours since this allegation, how would you look at the counter? Is the Election Commission also appearing to be in haste with, almost replying to everything that Rahul Gandhi seemed to be suggesting in real time?
My own sense is that, yes, Election Commission is in a big haste. As I said, I was on your show, Maria, yesterday also, and I mentioned that when Rahul Gandhi was making these allegations, Election Commission should have first, give a patient hearing to the allegations, and then they should have said that they will try and investigate these allegations rather than giving a rebuttal of the various statements which have been issued by the Election Commission. So I do believe that Election Commission is really in a haste. It is like a reaction. It is like a reaction to what is being said by Rahul Gandhi, an opposition leader. I think that's not should be the job of Election Commission. It is a constitutional body. They should give patient hearing to each and every political party and each and every leader. That's not what is being done by Election Commission at this moment.
Sanjay Kumar, I know you have some personal commitments, so I'm going to ask you another question, and so that you can exit this show after that. Particularly the developments which have happened from Bengaluru with regards to those 80 voters which appear to come from this small resident of 120 square feet room in Bengaluru's Madhavpura. How do you look at that story play out? Do you think that has actually in many ways declared Rahul Gandhi's claims as falsehood?
Certainly. Rahul Gandhi has picked up one example of that kind. But Maria, if you actually look at the electoral rolls and try and do similar kind of an investigation in other big cities, you will find similar examples or similar such things happening in many other places also. And as I said yesterday also, see, these are evidences. One can go and check. I know that some of the media people have gone to that place and checked whether, how many people can live at that place, etc. So it can be verified by any individual. And once you verify, and once people start saying that, yes, it looks like a clear case of, irregularity as far as the electoral roll is concerned. So once you come out with these facts and figures, once you come up with these evidences, it is likely that the Election Commission should retreat back and, try and do some investigation rather than having a knee-jerk reaction as they have been doing for the last maybe a month or so.
All right, Sanjay Kumar, I appreciate your time. Let me bring in other panelists now. Dr. Zafar Islam, here is the leader of opposition raising some questions. It's a subject of investigation. Let the Election Commission respond. Why is the BJP getting into it? Why are you becoming the spokesperson for Election Commission?
See, there are two issues. One, that he is making allegation against the constitutional body. I understand his frustration because there are many setbacks he has to face, and that's why. But he has to also understand that his frustration is not relevant when it comes to constitution and a constitutional body when a body is run based on the constitution. Having said that, Rahul Gandhi is making false allegation time and again, and it is for the Election Commission to respond because I'm not their spokesperson. Validity of those claims, allegation, is something which the Election Commission will respond. But we have seen in the past that Rahul Gandhi has made such an allegation about Rafale, made such an allegation about many other things, and this kind of earthquake will come on the floor of the parliament if he speaks about demonetization. This kind of rhetoric we have seen. All this stunt has backfired on him in the past. And this is why we are saying that sign the affidavit which the Election Commission has asked him to sign. Once he signs the affidavit, then of course Election Commission will respond to that.
The question is, if it is being spoken by a senior leader of a political party, isn't that an oath in itself?
Well, when the Election Commission has sent a notice asking him to do certain procedure and follow certain procedure, he just have to, when he knows that whatever evidence he has, if he has conviction in those evidence, then he must sign the affidavit and proceed. But he is not doing that because he has tendency of spit and run. And that will not happen here because he is making allegation against an institution which is run on the basis of the Constitution and has a spotless track record. But Rahul Gandhi, because of his setbacks of many losses, he is making this kind of statement, which eventually we all know that his statement or allegation will not work.
Why is the Election Commission insisting on that oath? One, and did the Election Commission jump the gun when the Chief Electoral Officer of Karnataka, then Chief Electoral Officer of Uttar Pradesh, put out tweets, dismissing Rahul Gandhi's allegations rather than actually investigating it? Mr. Rawat?
Okay. Maria, this allegation should have been taken seriously by Election Commission. They should have asked for additional facts and additional information if necessary from the leader of opposition, and should have investigated the whole issue deeply so that they could put up a reply to the leader of opposition. Because the Election Commission has always been proactive in such matters to create trust and confidence of all the stakeholders, and do not become a combative sort of enemy of them, because all political parties are stakeholders in our democracy and in election process. So Election Commission has to take them on board while going through any such process.
Okay, so you are of the opinion that the Election Commission is perhaps being combative here. Dr. Ajoy Kumar, okay, he will be joining me in just a bit. There seems to be, yeah. Dr. Ajoy Kumar, okay. Amitabh Tiwari, come in now. Which side of the debate are you standing on?
See, actually, if you see the Election Commission, by deleting 65 lakh voters in Bihar, which is 8.2% of the total electoral roll, in a way is itself admitting that there are serious issues in the voter list. Because people who have died and people who have permanently shifted should normally be caught in a summary revision exercise. You perhaps do not need a SIR for that, in my opinion. Secondly, 7 lakh voters have been accepted by the ECI in Bihar to have duplicate voter list. So 4,000 people, I think what Rahul Gandhi is mentioning in the Madhavpura seat can happen, because Election Commission has itself admitted that there are 7 lakh voters, which is 1% roughly, who have duplicate electoral rolls in Bihar. However, by Rahul Gandhi, by raising the issues, is sort of admitting that we need a SIR, but he is opposing an SIR in Bihar. So both sides are doing politics. And as Sir has already said, Election Commission, it's not only about one seat. It is not only about an election in India. India is the largest democracy of the world. Election Commission is seen in a very good light across the world. Election Commission goes and trains officers. Also, I think sends officers for conducting elections elsewhere. So it is a very big accusation, and the Election Commission needs to come out and say that, okay, we have investigated, these allegations may or may be right, or these allegations are wrong, correct? It does not necessarily indicate that there has been manipulation, because there can be errors, as the Bihar electoral list suggests. So Rahul Gandhi also knows that he is playing to the public gallery. He knows that the fight is between two courts, or rather in two courts. One is the Supreme Court, High Court, or the Election Commission, let's say, and one in the public courts. So he's playing to the public gallery and trying to conjure up some sentiment in favor of the allegations. And now here, I think the government, there is complete breakdown of communication, and there is a trust deficit now between the opposition and the Election Commission, as Sir also mentioned. And that is a key point here, which needs to be sorted out, and all the parties need to sit on the table and discuss these things, because allegations are serious. They might be wrong, they might be right, but to conclude that there is a malified intention behind it, I think is also jumping to the conclusion.
Election Commission can also be less confrontationist. Amitabh?
Of course, Election Commission also can be less confrontationist. However, we also need to see post the Lok Sabha elections, Rahul Gandhi has been making these allegations in Maharashtra, in Bihar. The Aam Aadmi Party made similar allegations before or during the elections in Delhi. So there has been these allegations and to and fro movement between the government, or rather the Election Commission, and the opposition. They have been writing letters, or rather the opposition has been holding press conferences. Election Commission has been writing letters and releasing press releases. Election Commission needs to realize that in this social media age, this communication style of Election Commission, which is releasing press releases and doing tweets, is not helping the matters. They have to come out and openly and very clearly.
Yes, because
clarifying
Election
their
Commission
stand
putting
on-
out those details via sources, putting out, those taking to Twitter and responding is not really solving this issue. It's a serious allegation which has been made. Then they have to actually hold a press conference and respond, because Rahul Gandhi held a press conference and he responded. So, Dr. Ajoy Kumar, here is the larger sense that the Election Commission must respond. But if the Election Commission wants an affidavit by the Congress party, then you can also do the same. Give an affidavit if you are very confident about your numbers, you're confident about your investigation, then submit an affidavit, sir.
So the first question is, Mr. Rawat has been an election commissioner. Tell him that, ask him to ask us whether this kind of nonsense has ever happened. And no, in the history. Secondly, Mr. Zafar Islam, Mr. Modi in 2014 tweeted against Election Commission. Where is your newfound love for constitutional body? Shall I send you the tweet? I have your number and I'll send it to Maria. The tweet of Mr. Modi attacking the Election Commission. Suddenly, banker praying for Election Commissioner constitution post. Who says you can't ask questions for to the Election Commission? Everybody should, no one's like every Indian will have picked once. Let me complete, sir. I didn't interrupt you. You have to listen to me. There is nothing which says. Second issue is, the whole data has been shown. First, why aren't you giving political parties data which is machine readable and soft copies? First, answer to this country. Second question, why have you put your website down? Third question is, we have repeatedly told you that these frauds have happened. You have not responded to anybody. We gave you in writing. But you deleted, you didn't reply. Fourth, when the High Court of Punjab and BJP answered, because you are the BJP Election Commission spokesperson. When the High Court of Punjab and Haryana ordered the videos to be shown, you brought a law to delete the videos. What kind of shameless government and the Election Commission has become? Because you want to, and you say that Rahul Gandhi is lost. You are vote chore. You have won because of vote. No, let us start.
Can I just respond, please?
Hey, listen, my friend. I didn't interrupt you. You will not interrupt me.
22,000 votes in Haryana. Just let him make the opening comment.
22,000 votes in Haryana. You only won by 22,000 votes. You have frauded in lakhs. And then you have the audacity to say, we are telling you that in 5 years you didn't increase the voter list. My question to you is, if you put the soft copy across all the voters of India, this Election Commission will have no way to hide. It has destroyed one of the most respected institutions. Why did Arun Goyal leave? Answer this question. Why did an Election Commission member suddenly resign and become ambassador to Croatia after 2 years? Answer that.
Okay.
Why was the Election Commissioner made overnight? Answer that. Why are the videos deleted? Answer that. Why are you not giving the soft copies? Why are you not giving soft copies to political parties?
Okay.
How can you not give us soft copies?
Okay.
Non-machine readable. We can't identify the photos. No, Maria, the photo issue.
Okay.
The photos in the copy they gave us, you can't see.
Okay. Now respond to that. Okay. Let's get a response from Dr. Zafar Islam. Yes, go ahead.
First of all, he is again following the footsteps of Rahul Gandhi, making a statement which is factually incorrect. He said that website is down. Website is not down. You can go and check it. You are making this kind of a misleading statement, and that is what Rahul Gandhi is doing. So don't follow his footsteps. You will only suffer. Second thing, my friend, I'm as a friendly. This is a friendly advice, Dr. Ajay Kumar. Follow footsteps where you will succeed, not where you will meet with failure. Second thing, which is again very important for you to understand, that if you have any complaint or anything which to do with the Election Commission, you go and meet the Election Commission, take an appointment, go and meet them. Well, when you have a combative approach, where you will make the press conference first, make baseless allegation against the Election Commission, and then you will approach the Election Commission to respond. No, the Election Commission will respond the way you have made the allegation. You should have gone there, met the Election Commission and expressed that this is what we have found. If there is any merit, They will examine it, but you didn't follow the process. You believe that it is better to spit first and run away. That will not happen. You will be made accountable. Third thing, which is very important, that all this information he is claiming that it is correct. But you have, Maria, you have just shown that people who are being shown as that their name photos were not there. They have shown their election card, and their photos are very much visible there. So all these allegations are baseless, in my view, but
I'm coming to you,
responsibility. It is the responsibility of the Election Commission to respond. It is the responsibility of the political party to approach the Election Commission, but not by making this kind of a allegation through press conferences.
Dr. Joy Kumar.
Then expect the response from the Election Commission.
Dr. Joy Kumar.
First of all, please don't go in Mr. Modi's footsteps, because history will never forgive you guys. Mr. Gandhi, I will follow him, and history will. You follow Amit Shah and Modi, nobody will forgive you. History will obviously be very correct. Second issue is on photos. You gave us those papers in a non-machine readable. Ask Mr. Rawat, he's there. I know him because there were so many times we visited the Election Commission. How many times you've given it? Why haven't you given it now in soft copy in an electoral form? Secondly, the photos you gave us, that is not readable. There was no photos. Please understand. You keep showing some people with photograph, yeah? The paper you gave us. And we met the Election Commission umpteen number of times asking for digital copies. We gave it in writing. We met them. Congress leaders met them. So what are you talking, boss? I'll tell you something. This is just a trailer. The whole country is talking. Every nook and corner. We have proved it to you. One house, 100 people. You're telling something, no? One of your TV channels did it. And secondly, Maria, my request to you, there is two kinds of journalism, and I request because you're a good journalist. Why aren't you guys doing on-the-ground report? You will understand what bunch of fraud is happening in this country. There is no, it's lazy journalism, which is, look, even the news, I'm just saying, you are a very good journalist and I have a lot of respect for you. I'm saying, why aren't you verifying what we have said? Forget Election Commission. Take the paper and what we are saying, you go and verify.
Okay.
Can I just take 10 seconds? 10 seconds.
No, 10 seconds. One second. Zafar bhai, let Maria verify.
Yes,
Maria,
yes. Okay, no, I will not respond to that. I will, in fact, bring in OP Rawat. OP Rawat.
10 seconds.
Okay, Zafar bhai, go ahead.
All I'm trying to tell my friend, Dr. Ajay Kumar, brother, you have to understand the ground realities. By making this kind of allegation will not work. You have to understand that you have lost confidence of the people of this great country. Oh. You are not getting a blessing from the people. That's why you are losing the election. First you have to win the people's confidence. This kind of approach, you will further be isolated by.
You're losing. You lost election. You're losing.
We are winning.
We are looking at an important election in my home state of Bihar. So it's all building up to that. So let me bring in OP Rawat now. OP Rawat, many are saying that Rahul Gandhi, in a way, because he has spoken about duplication and alleged fraud voters, he is justifying the special intensive revision which is happening in Bihar. That's a way of looking at it. That's what the BJP is saying. The other side can also be, which is being argued by other political parties who have put in that petition in the Supreme Court, that there are number of people who have been deleted without, when they should have been actually part of the voter list. So there is some kind of deletion exercise which is going on rather than inclusion exercise, which should be the case because elections are about participation.
Very true. Elections are about participation, and Election Commission does everything. In fact, they are running a program, systematic voter education and electoral participation. So that is why Election Commission always makes effort that no voter is left behind. They are all enrolled and they should be in the electoral roll and they should be motivated to come to the polling station and vote. However, summary intensive revisions timing is so critical that it created panic among the voters as well as among the political parties. And that is why all this ruckus. If it was 2 years before the elections like last time it happened in 2003 and elections were in 2005. There was no hue and cry. This time elections are around the corner. All those people whose name are deleted in final published draft, they will not have enough time for redressal. They will be losing their voting right. So that is all causing the problem, and that is why opposition is coming up with this.
Yes. So Amitabh Tiwari, as a political strategist and an analyst and a watcher of politics, what do these, messaging or this kind of narrative building by opposition do to the voter sentiment? Because I was in Bihar a couple of weeks ago, the sense was that this is some kind of listen hatane ka kaam chal raha hai. So how can then Election Commission ensure that people participate in the vote and in the entire exercise, and in that participation it's also about increasing the voter percentage, which certainly will be a question now.
No, see, essentially, undoubtedly, Sanjay sir was here. If you see the CSDS surveys, the trust imposed by the voters on the Election Commission has declined over the years. And this is largely because of the allegations made by the opposition. However, all this definitely points out to the fact that you need SIR because you need the cleaning of the rolls, because there are significant errors. However, as Rawat sir has said, that the time given has been very less, and we need to perhaps de-link it from the election exercise and take this next 5 years, let's say up to the 2029 Lok Sabha elections, to cleanse the electoral list, because there are duplication, there are dead people, there are illegal citizens who have somehow entered the voter list. In fact, the voter participation or the turnout will actually increase when you cleanse the process. If Bihar has 57-58% voter turnout, which is lower than the national average, if the 65 lakh voters who have been deleted...
Joy Kumar wants to come in. I'll give you the last word, sir. Since you are upset with my team's confusion, and I apologize to you for that.
No,
Dr. Joy Kumar,
okay.
you get the last word. Please go ahead.
No. My question to Mr. Rawat, because I respect Mr. Rawat for his good, clean image. And to Zafar is, what is father's name XYZZKS? That is the list you gave us. What is address 0? These are in thousands, 10,000. Name X, father's name XYPZ. Father's name HYG. And second, to Mr. Rawat can answer, because I don't expect you to answer that, Zafar, is Form 6. 70-year-old, 80-year-old, 70 to 80% of the list you gave us in Form 6 are people above the age of 60. And Form 6 is for new voters. What is this? That's how you're winning elections. And you are thinking, and that's why you're not bothered about the people. Chunav to jeetna hi hai, paper leak to ho gaya hai. I'm telling you, you're destroying India. People are losing faith. With you, it will take time. It happened with Hitler, it will happen to you. But I'm telling
Respond to that. 30 seconds.
I think they are overly concerned about the voter list, but they are not concerned about the confidence they are losing among the voters. I think my advice to Congress party that first win confidence of the people before even embarking on to this thing where you are making false allegation. This false allegation will not help you win the confidence. When you go to the people, you will realize that how low confidence Congress party enjoys among the people. And I think that is the reason why you are losing successive elections. It is for the for your good that you must work among the voters. Otherwise, you will continue to lose.
All right, Dr. Zafar Islam, Joy Kumar, OP Rawat, Amitabh Tiwari, really appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us on the debate tonight. As the United States continues to build pressure after it has raised tariff on key Indian exports to 50%, what is being seen as a blunt message, and the timing perhaps deliberate and the impact potentially severe. This isn't just a trade dispute, it's a diplomatic power play, and behind the numbers lies a deeper churn. Questions over India's global positioning, its continued oil trade with Russia, and whether New Delhi's balancing act between East and the West is finally being tested. And at a time when India aspires to shape global narratives, is it being economically cornered by the very powers it calls allies? Joining me now is someone who has both observed and shaped India's foreign policy debates. Dr. Shashi Tharoor is Senior Congress Leader, Member of Parliament, former diplomat, and one of India's most astute voices on geopolitics. Dr. Tharoor, welcome to NDTV. When the world's oldest democracy, Dr. Tharoor, punishes the world's largest with punitive tariffs, does it expose the fragile nature of the so-called value-based partnerships, or was India's strategic bet on the new US administration always transactional at its core?
Look, I mean, the fact is, yes, Mr. Trump is famously transactional. I don't think we should have any illusions about that. But what is problematic here is, first of all, the incredible unfairness of this particular imposition. Because there are other countries that buy oil from Russia and they haven't been penalized in the same way. I mean, the Chinese buy far more oil and gas from Russia, not to mention trading a whole host of other items, than we do. But they've been given a 90-day negotiating window while we have only 21 days. So from 27th of August, in other words, our goods in the US will be subject to a 50% tariff, while Chinese goods come in at 30%. Now, what does that say about Mr. Trump's priorities? What happened to the strategic relationship with India? What happened to the geopolitical rivalry the US was supposed to have with China? Clearly, there is now a need for us to fundamentally rethink some of our assumptions. It may just be a negotiating tactic. Mr. Trump is a famously unpredictable and temperamental negotiator. But I'm afraid some of the language used was very, very sort of belittling. And to my mind, we may just have to insist that our self-respect doesn't permit us to surrender in this kind of process. It really, really is severely troubling.
Would you say then that this sharp escalation to 50% tariffs is less about trade and more a signal from Washington that India's independent foreign policy, particularly its ties with Russia, will carry a price tag?
Well, look, our independent foreign policy is linked very much to our national interest. Where we determine that something with the US is of greater value to our national interest than something with Russia, we will take that call. In the case of oil and gas, it's not only us. The European Union is buying more oil and gas than we are. The Chinese are buying more oil and gas than we are. We don't particularly like the idea of another country for its foreign policy goals telling us what we can and cannot buy. Not to mention that the oil and gas we buy then comes into a larger Indian mix of oil and gas from various sources. And some of our refined oil products coming out, particularly from the Jamnagar refinery, are then purchased by the very countries in Europe, in UK, US, and so on, who otherwise have been objecting. So to my mind, there is a lot of double standards in this business that's being talked about. I mean, do you realize, for example, that the US itself imports like a couple of $1 billion worth of fertilizers a year, every year from Russia? It buys something called uranium hexafluoride from them. It buys a lot of palladium, which is needed for catalytic converters. In the 5 months of this year alone, January to May of 2025, US imports from Russia stand at 2.4 billion. And the fact is that this is already representing a more than 20% increase from last year. So if that's going on, how can Mr. Trump argue that India's money is fueling Russia's war machine in Ukraine, but his American dollars are not? I mean, that's complete hypocrisy. So I really think we will have to sit and talk to the Americans. There's a negotiation going on. I'm not asking for any hot-tempered language. I'm just asking that we should stand up for our rights, point out what is going on with some of the American statements. I've been an advocate of our close relationship with the US. We do share democratic values, strategic interests, a history of cooperation, and there are almost 4 million Americans who trace their descent to our country. But I have to say at the same time that any friendship has to be built on mutual respect and not unilateral demands. They've got to talk reasonably with us. I'm afraid, Maria, you can't accept a situation where one side dictates terms and the other side is expected to comply without question. Those days are over. I mean, after 200 years of colonialism, we're not going to let anybody dictate to us like this. That's been an article of faith of Indian foreign policy since 1947, and no one is going to be allowed to change that today. Not Mr. Trump, certainly.
Dr. Tharoor, the Chinese ambassador to India, Xu Feihong, sharply criticized Donald Trump's decision to impose tariff, and he has said, give the bully an inch, he will make a mile. And this, of course, is coming in the backdrop of that very crucial meeting where Prime Minister Modi is traveling to China for the SCO summit. How do you look at this development, and also the fact that India is looking at some kind of rebalancing with that talk which has happened between Indian Prime Minister and his Brazilian counterpart, where the two leaders, of course, are looking at the economic scenario, because these are the two countries which have been worst impacted with regards to these tariffs from the United States?
Well, look, India is not a supplicant. I want to make it very clear. We're a proud and self-respecting nation. We have our own legitimate interests, our own red lines. And though we must empower our negotiators to spend the next 3 weeks seeking the best possible deal, and there are some concessions we can make reasonably as part of give and take in any negotiation, we must also be prepared to walk away if the American position remains unreasonable. You know perfectly well, Maria, we cannot and will not sacrifice the livelihoods of 700 million Indians who are dependent on agriculture just to appease Mr. Trump. I mean, that's not, any responsible partner nation would understand that. And in a democracy which is driven by its own influential constituencies and lobbies, they understand how these things work. If we tell them, listen, they know no Indian government of any political complexion can sell their farmers down the river. They're living very close to the margins. We have farmer suicides every year. We can't suddenly give them competition from a whole bunch of subsidized American grain. It's just not feasible. So we can explain all this, and presumably, if we do it well enough, they may be able to listen. A negotiation is always about give and take on both sides. But if it turns out at the end of 3 weeks that we are told, this is our way or the highway, then I think we can take the highway, Maria. I think we will have to have some belt tightening in the short term. But I can assure you that in any case, nobody in America is going to pay 50% more for items from India, when there are countries like Vietnam, Indonesia, Pakistan, Bangladesh, so many other countries in Asia and the developing world that are only being charged 20, 19, 15, they will sell their goods to America. Why would anyone want to buy ours for 50%? So I think we in any case have to accept that 50% makes that market unviable for us anyway. So we have to sharpen the quest for other markets.
Would you say, and in your view, Dr. Tharoor, is India doing enough to build counterweights, economically or diplomatically, or are we being slowly squeezed in a multipolar world that tolerates neither neutrality nor defiance?
Look, Maria, I will say to you very honestly that India has some clout of its own. We are the largest country by population in the world. We are the fourth largest economy in the world. We do represent a substantial market. A lot of countries have interest with us. We've just concluded a free trade deal with the UK. We have perhaps progress being made on a possible free trade deal with the EU. We can revive the negotiations with the Gulf countries. There's a lot of options. We should not act as if we have no options. As far as I'm concerned, India is a country that has every interest in a good relationship with the US. I mean, we do have almost 4 million of their citizens who are descended from Indian background or Indian origins, and therefore we have every interest in preserving a good relationship with them. We do share democratic values, we do share strategic interests, we've had a decent history of cooperation. So all of this is fine, but it must be reasonable. It must be based on mutual respect. That's what I'm not seeing in this conversation so far from Mr. Trump. Now, let's accept that that's his style, and let's not overreact to it. In some ways, as I pointed out on the weekend in an event where I was asked this, when some American president says that the Indian economy is dead, I don't think he expects us to take him literally. It's like the schoolyard bully telling a smaller kid, your mother is ugly. He may not even have seen the kid's mother. It's just a way of belittling the kid, making the kid feel, slightly diminished. We have to be cool-headed and calm and not overreact to these terms and this kind of language. But at the end of the day, we have our own self-respect to stand for, and we must know as a country where we are prepared to concede something and where we're not prepared to concede something. We will have to do what is in our national interest. That is the basic bottom line, Maria. And as far as India is concerned, we are not friendless. If one window shuts somewhere, another window can open somewhere else. A lot of countries would like to have good relations with India. We represent a nation with some weight in the world. If Brazil, which is a much smaller economy than ours, can stand up to America, they're the only other country, by the way, with a 50% tariff, so can we.
Dr. Tharoor, my last question to you. Here is US President almost on a daily basis taking to Twitter and making his policy announcements even as the talks are ongoing. India's response has been measured and very calibrated. But how do you deal with a bully of this nature who is constantly, who will really dial down the temperature? The temperature is at its all-time high. How do you go down from here, and who has to take that step? India can't certainly.
The real work is happening at lower levels, Maria. Mr. Trump is not sitting across the negotiating table. He is posturing, and that's part of his country. He is the leader of his country, and therefore it's part of his country's negotiating effort. But in fact, the actual nuts and bolts conversations are happening between officials of our Commerce Ministry and officials of his trade negotiators team. We must rally behind our negotiators. They carry the weight of our national interest. We must encourage them to have both the courage and the clarity to defend it. But at the end of the day, what the political world has to convey to our negotiators is that while flexibility is a virtue, it has its limits. We can't buckle under pressure. And I must say that I'm hoping that our negotiators will go with open minds. I'm sure we don't have to be unreasonable on every issue. There are some issues on which we can make small concessions. I've often cited the example of Mr. Trump's insistence on selling us Harley-Davidson motorcycles during his first term. India rightly considered that because it made no difference to the vast majority of Indians. They used to sell about 83 Harley-Davidsons. After we lowered tariffs, they sold about 280 Harley-Davidsons. How many Indians are affected by all this? How much does it hurt the economy? Not at all. So like that, there will be items on which we can give in to the Americans because there will be items which only a small percentage of Indians, affluent Indians, can afford. Why not give the Americans some easy wins that way? But that doesn't mean buckling under pressure where our fundamental interests are involved, like agriculture. And that's where I said, Maria, our negotiators, I'm sure, are no fools. They've been properly briefed, and if a fair deal is possible, they will come up with one, and we should embrace it. But if not, let us walk away with our dignity intact. And let us say, on the 27th of August, if we are being charged 50%, and China is not, Pakistan is not, others are not, we'll say, fine, Mr. Trump, any American goods that you are selling to us, we're also putting 50% tariffs on you. Let's see how you enjoy it. Goodbye.
All right, Dr. Tharoor, pleasure speaking to you. Thank you for your perspective and thank you for your time here on NDTV, sir.
Thank you. Bye, Maria.
जब मुंबई से वापस कोल्हापुर शिफ्ट हुआ तो सबने कहा कि ड्रीम सिटी को छोड़ रहा है। ड्रीम सिटी। तो मैंने कहा ड्रीम में तो यही गलियां आती हैं। तो जब ये रियलाइज़ हुआ कि कुछ बड़ा करने के लिए बड़े शहर में रहने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, तब लगा कि लाइफ में ग्रो किया। कशित आई ऐसे बॉय मिलते मुंबई में, चांस ही नहीं।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो। प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
फिनेस्टा विंडोज, ब्यूटीफुल एंड ड्यूरेबल डिजाइन्स, इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Fine, finer, Finesta.
My birthday gift to Papa. ये
उनके पापा की पहली गाड़ी एक गराज में पड़ी थी दार्जिलिंग में, फिर 3 मैकेनिक, पेंटिंग, पॉलिशिंग। जब इसे फाइनली घर लाया ना, तब लगा लाइफ में ग्रो किया है। बुलाओ।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो। प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash. Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edappadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players and this is going to be...
ज़्यादा हम पैदल चले हैं और हालात ऐसे है कि इस वक्त हम छत पर सफ़र कर रहे हैं चूँकि गाड़ियाँ यहाँ बहुत कम है। तो आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर झील बनी है। ये वही झील है जिसने पूरा का पूरा इलाका ब्लॉक कर दिया है और ये काफ़ी बड़ी झील बन गई है। यहाँ पर हेलीपैड हुआ करता था और सामने दूर तक वहाँ पर दूसरी तरफ गाड़ियाँ फंसी हुई है। एक झंडा भी जो हेलीपैड पे होता है वो सामने है। तो पूरा इलाका इस वक्त झील से डूबा हुआ है और ये अच्छी बात है कि झील से पानी धीरे धीरे रिस रहा है। लेकिन पहाड़ों का जो सफ़र है वो बेहद ही खतरनाक होता है, इतना आसान नहीं होता है। तो इस वक्त हम मुकबा के लिए निकल रहे हैं और मुकबा से हम सीधा नीचे की ओर जाएंगे धराली के लिए, जहाँ ये बड़ी आपदा आई है। तो फिलहाल NDTV की टीम इस वक्त आगे की ओर बढ़ रही है। सच मानिए कि पहले पहाड़ से नीचे उतरना 4.5 किलोमीटर, फिर उसके बाद चढ़ाई भी करनी, पैदल चलना और पैदल चलने के बाद जो रास्ता है वो कई तरह से पार करते हुए हम उस आपदा वाले क्षेत्र में पहुंच रहे हैं जहां 5 अगस्त को एक सैलाब आया था जिसने एक तबाही लाई थी। तो एक एक्सपीरियंस ये भी है कि गाड़ी की छत पर हमें जाना पड़ रहा है क्योंकि सीट नहीं है।
एक लंबा सफ़र तय करके NDTV की टीम इस वक्त उस क्षेत्र में पहुंची है जहां 5 अगस्त को एक त्रासदी हुई थी, एक सैलाब आया था। सामने धराली गांव है, वहां से ऊपर से पहाड़ों से सैलाब होते आया और यहां पर सब कुछ तहस नहस करके चला गया। अब कुछ ही यहाँ पर घर बचे हैं, होटल बचे हैं। यहाँ पर बता रहे हैं कि 30 से 40 होटल हुआ करते थे। रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन की अगर बात करें, वो सामने NDRF की टीम है, वो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन कर रही है। इस तरफ अगर बात करें तो JCB लगी हुई है, रास्ता बना रही है वहाँ से, क्योंकि वो रास्ता पूरा ब्लॉक हो गया है। तो ओवरऑल अगर देखा जाए तो ये पूरा का पूरा इलाका अब एक तरह से पूरा मलबे के ढेर में आ गया है। हम लगातार इसी बात का प्रयास कर रहे थे कि वहाँ जाएं और वहाँ असली हकीकत क्या है, ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट वहाँ दिखाएं, ग्राउंड पर क्या हो रहा है। उसके लिए हम यहाँ पहुँचे। सामने देख सकते हैं कि पूरा दलदल है और पूरा मलबा, इसके साथ बड़े बड़े बोल्डर्स, गाद, मिट्टी, सब ऊपर से एक बादल फटा और उसने सब कुछ यहाँ पर तहस नहस किया। इस वक्त अब यहाँ मंज़र जो है वो बिल्कुल एक तरह से वीरान है और फ़िलहाल लोगों को यहाँ पर तलाश करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। धराली गांव से NDTV इंडिया के लिए किशोर रावत। इस वक्त गांव के मंदिर के जो एक सभी के लिए एक भवन होता है उसमें मौजूद है और यहाँ पर खाना बन रहा है। ये खाना गांव के सभी जो परिवार वाले हैं और वो लोग एक साथ मिल बांट कर यहाँ खाना बना रहे हैं, क्योंकि आपदा में सब कुछ बह गया है, इनके पास अब कुछ नहीं है। जो हिम्मत थी वो भी शायद अब टूट रही है, क्योंकि इन्होंने बहुत लोगों को, अपने लोगों को खोया है। हमारे साथ एक गांव की महिला है। आंटी जी, आपका नाम क्या है?
सुशीला बाबा।
आप यहाँ पर अभी जो ये
भोजन बन रहा बाबा, वो 2 दिन हम हुआ रहा गंगोत्री में। ITV लोगों ने हमारी बहुत मदद की बाबा। आज हमको राशन भी मिल गया बाबा। हम ऐसे सोचता कि हमारे लिए रहने के लिए चाहिए बाबा। नहीं
तो कितने लोगों के लिए खाना बना है?
150 लोगों के।
150 लोगों के लिए खाना। तो ये 150 लोग कौन है? गांव के है? इसके
गांव के है बेटा,
गांव के ही लोग हैं, बड़े बुजुर्ग सब है। अच्छा, यहाँ पे बहुत सारे लोगों के अपने चले गए हैं, अपनों को तलाश भी कर रहे हैं, लेकिन फिर भी यहाँ पर है। क्या कर सकते हैं आप बताइए कि कैसे आप अब आगे का जीवन या आगे का सफर?
हम सरकार से बोलता बाबा हमारे लिए रहने का वो ना तो चाहिए बाबा।
तो रहने के लिए जब तक नहीं जाएंगे तो क्या आप यहीं लोग रहे?
जब तक हमारे लिए रहने की व्यवस्था नहीं होगी तब हम यहीं रहेंगे बाबा।
लेकिन फिर से बारिश हो सकती है, मानसून है, फिर से आ सकता है, आपको लगता नहीं कि यहाँ पे थोड़ा दिक्कत हो जाएगी?
तो क्या करना बेटा, तो
दिक्कत है सर जी। हम ये चाहते हैं कि जब तक हमारे व्यवस्था नहीं, समेश्वर देवता का मंदिर है, हमारे कीर्तन मंडली सब सामान है हमारे, हम यहाँ खाना बनाए, अब तक हम हमारे लिए मकान बनाओ और तब तक हम यहाँ रहेंगे। और किसी ने हम नंगे, हमारे पास कोई शब्द ही नहीं बोलने का, आप देख लो।
नहीं, मैंने देखा है बहुत कुछ भी नहीं बचा, जो कपड़े आप शायद उस समय भाग।
एक रात हम ITP वहाँ रहे, दूसरे दिन हम गंगोत्री रहे, 3 दिन तक हम गंगोत्री रहा, चौथे दिन आज इधर आए। ITP लोगों ने भी किया सेवा, गंगोत्री स्वामी जी ने भी किया सेवा। आज हम कहा हम अपने घर जाए, मरेंगे कब तक रहेंगे स्वामी जी के वहाँ। हमने करना था खुद स्वामी जी की सेवा। हमने कहा हमारे कीर्तन मंडली यहाँ सब सामान है हमारे पास। ये तो अभी आए बाहर से, बर्तन था यहाँ,
अपना घर छोड़े नहीं जाता।
हाँ बर्तन था, हम तब तक यहाँ खाना बना, जब तक हमारे लिए मकान नहीं बन, सब अपने अपने। हमारे पास न जगह है न जमीन है, बिल्कुल न गए, हमारे पास शब्द ही नहीं है बोलने का।
कई लोग लापता है लेकिन अभी तक उनका सुराग नहीं मिल पाया है, ना ही वो मिल पाया है। हज़ारों टन यहाँ पर मलबा है, 300 से 400 मीटर पूरी तरह से यहाँ पर मलबा ही मलबा है। नेपाल से सुशील आए अपने पिता को ढूंढने, अपने जीजा को ढूंढने, इसके अलावा अपने परिवार के 7 सदस्यों को। कई समय से, लंबे समय से यहाँ पर थे और काम कर रहे थे, लेकिन अब उनके पिता यहाँ पर लापता है और उनसे ही जानते हैं। सुशील भाई, उस दिन क्या हुआ?
उस दिन तो यहाँ पे काफ़ी रफ्तार से यहाँ पे जैसे बम बारूद गिरते हैं, जैसे मतलब आता है फटता है, वैसे तरीके से यहाँ पे जो है ये पूरा रेत जो है मलबा पूरा एक साथ आ गया सर। उस टाइम में जो है मेरे पापा ने मेरे को कॉल किया था। कॉल करने के बाद 1 घंटे के बाद, मतलब 1 घंटे तक वो, मतलब उससे पहले बोले थे 1 घंटे तक उनकी कॉल जारी थी, बट उन्होंने उठाया नहीं।
क्या बोले वो?
उन्होंने बोला कि मेरे को बचा बेटे, मैं जो है मतलब मलबे में आधा डूब चुका हूँ, मेरे को बचाओ, इतना बस बोला सर। उसके बाद फ़ोन कट गया था और उसके बाद मैं आया, मैं आने के बाद भी फिर भी बचा नहीं पाया सर। अब क्या कर सकता, मैं वहाँ पे जाता तो फिर मैं ही खुद ही चल जाता, और मेरे साथ मैं चले जाता तो फिर मेरी मम्मी कैसे रहती सर। मम्मी के साथ भाई बहन थे, छोटे छोटे बच्चे भाई बहन लोग।
कितने लोग लापता हैं?
अब मेरे हैं 7 लोग सर। एक तो जीजा हो गए और एक है 3 चाचा है, उसके बाद एक भाई है, एक मतलब पापा है, एक वो है जीजू है।
For a lot of people, it has been a walk of life and death. And I've just met these young men, all from UP, those who have come, walked all the way from Harsil. They are walking all the way. They started in the morning, and now they have reached after about almost 10 hours. They have reached here in Gangnani, where the bridge is being constructed. क्या नाम है भैया, आप लोग कहाँ से आ रहे हो?
सर हम हरसिल से आ रहे हैं।
नाम क्या है आपका?
रईस अहमद।
रईस, कहाँ काम करते हो आप?
सर हम हरसिल में, मेन हरसिल में काम करते थे।
हरसिल में मेन?
जी।
तो जब आपदा आई थी आप लोग वहीं पर थे?
जी सर।
हरसिल में भी नुकसान?
हरसिल में भी बहुत ज़्यादा नुकसान हुआ है।
तो ये आप सब लड़के यूपी से ही हो?
जी सर।
आपके और भी कोई लड़के वगैरह वहाँ पर भी थे क्या?
सर जो हमारे थे पहले थे वो पहले जा चुके थे आपदा से पहले ही, अभी फिलहाल हम इतने ही थे।
मतलब आपके सब लड़के सेफ हैं?
जी सर।
यूपी में कहाँ से हो?
बिजनौर से सर।
आप सब बिजनौर से हो? सारे बिजनौर से हो? अच्छा, ये बताओ मुझे कि कितना समय लगा वहाँ से चल के आने में?
सर लगभग हमको लग गया 5 से 6 घंटे लगे। अब
सुबह कितने बजे चले थे?
हम चले थे 7:30-8 बजे तक।
7:30-8 बजे?
जी।
और रास्ता कैसा है इसके?
रास्ता सर बहुत टफ है, बहुत रिस्क है आने में सर।
कहाँ सड़क टूटी हुई है हर जगह?
पूरी सर, पूरी कम से कम 4 से 5 किलोमीटर रोड पूरी ख़त्म है।
फिर आप लोग कैसे आए?
साइड में से सर, नदी के किनारे किनारे साइड में छोटा सा लगभग 2 फीट का रास्ता था, उसी से हम आए हैं सर।
सामान वामान तुम्हारा कहाँ है?
सब खत्म हो गया सर, कुछ नहीं बचा सामान।
तो इतने दिनों तो तुमने खाना पीना अपना कैसे?
सर कुछ वहीं के गांव वालों ने हमको जो है थोड़ा खाना वाना सब दिया है। खाने में हमें प्रॉब्लम तो हुई, लेकिन यह है कि हमें बचने लायक उन्होंने खाना खिलाया है।
और अब क्या करोगे आप लोग, कहाँ जाओगे अभी?
तो सर हम उत्तरकाशी जा रहे हैं, वहाँ से देखेंगे अब आगे के लिए क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना, कहाँ जाना है।
फोन वोन कुछ बचा तुम्हारा?
फोन वोन बच गया सर। जी सर।
अब सब लोग अब यहाँ से उत्तरकाशी जाओगे, वहाँ से यूपी जाने की कोशिश करोगे?
जी
सर। घर वापस जाना है?
घर जाना है।
वहाँ पर किसके साथ काम कर रहे थे, किसके लिए काम कर रहे थे?
सर हम करते थे टूटू रावत का काम कर रहे थे वहाँ पर।
अच्छा, इस होटल का काम?
जी, रिसोर्ट बना रहे थे हम।
अच्छा
जी।
तो मालिक से बात हो पाई रिसोर्ट वाले?
रिसोर्ट वाले से भी, वो भी खुद परेशान है, वो भी, उनका भी बहुत नुकसान हो गया। वो वहीं पर है अभी।
पैसा वैसा दिया उन्होंने आने जाने के लिए?
पैसा वैसा अभी तो पैसे वाली हालत ही नहीं थी हम लोगों के, पैसे के लिए रुके या वो करे, बस जान बचा के निकले वहाँ से। फौजियों ने हमें बोला यहाँ से खाली कर दो, बहुत खतरा है यहाँ।
हरसिल में भी काफ़ी तबाही हुई है
सर, वहाँ पर तो आर्मी वाले भी बहुत लोग लापता हैं।
के बारे में पता
तो सर कुछ पता ही नहीं कितने लोग गए हैं वहाँ पर, कितने लोग चले गए दुनिया से, पता ही नहीं है। पूरे घर बर्बाद हो गए लोगों को।
चलिए, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। These young boys, a group of these 7 men, all from Bijnor in Uttar Pradesh, were working in Harsil, have experienced the devastation and are now trying to make their way back to Uttarkashi at this moment. You will hear many tales of this nature coming out. Once, of course, there is some access. I can in fact see more people coming in from there. So this is after so many days that people have started to gather courage and travel this treacherous trek to make their way back to Uttarkashi after walking many hours in absolute difficult circumstances and an unforgiving terrain.
फिनेस्टा विंडोज, ब्यूटीफुल एंड ड्यूरेबल डिजाइन्स, इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Find Finer Finesta.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
You know, first when Sayyara released and we as audience realized, oh my God, what is happening? You know, when did you realize it? Like, it's like, I didn't expect this, what is happening? Like that wave that hits you.
You know, the first thing that really hit me, I'm telling you, was a month back actually, to be honest, is when Adisa saw the film. And he saw a very loose cut and he decided the release date. But he was always, like me and Akshay were so into making the film, I think, along with Sumanna and all. Sometimes when you're so into it and you know, you don't realize, you don't see it from, and then he saw it from a third person perspective. I mean, he was always super confident about the film. And he had actually had this talk with me about how I've done. And yeah, we all grew up. I was in the 8th grade when I saw Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge and said I want to make a love story like this. For a person like him to say that, you know, you've made a great film. All he had asked for me was to make your best film for me. And I did, and I'm just glad that, so that was the first thing, you know, and that validation was great. I wasn't shouting over the roof for it. It gives you a lot of confidence at that moment, you know, for the person who's actually put his money where it is, and he wasn't talking about anything else, but on a very unassembled film at that time, could feel the emotion and be listening. But it was the first time we felt that we made something special. But yes, once the numbers came in, I think then it was Akshay.
The advance.
Yeah, and the advances came in, and then people were sending me messages, and all they said, no, don't listen to anyone. So I at one point just put my phone off and said, you know, this is getting too out of hand. And then in the night we got the number.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory.
Osama Shah. Tonight on Left, Right and Centre, a united BRICS front. After Donald Trump shuts the door on trade talks with India and turns up the heat with tariffs, Beijing calls him a bully. Brazil's Lula da Silva, he chats with Prime Minister Modi, and Moscow's Vladimir Putin is on the line too. Is the world's fastest growing economy about to pivot away from Washington or play the power game to its advantage? We'll try and break down what it means and what India's next move could be. Like I said, Trump says no more trade talks with India and slaps on more tariffs. China's calling him a bully. Brazil's President Lula is chatting with Prime Minister Modi, and even Putin's picking up the phone. Is this the start of a BRICS pushback? And what cards does India have to play? We'll try and find answers to some of those questions, but before that, take a look at this report.
Trump has left the building.
We can now project the winner of the presidential race. Donald Trump wins the presidency.
What started off as unlikely, impossible, is now reality.
A tariff tantrum from the Oval Office. 50% duties on India, accusing New Delhi of supporting the Russian war machine. President Trump's latest America First salvo. With shockwaves across the world, the global south was amongst the hardest hit. And India is caught in the middle of a high-stakes diplomatic balancing act. Despite India's calm yet resolute response, remaining open to negotiations to reach a trade deal, President Trump made his position clear. No more talks until he gets what he wants.
Just to follow up on the India tariffs, do you expect increased trade negotiations, since you've announced the 50% tariff?
No, not until we get it resolved.
New Delhi is not taking this lightly. Already 3 steps ahead of Washington. Amid Trump's tariff tirade, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval was in Moscow. Shoring up ties with Moscow, a message as clear as day. New Delhi's old friendships are going nowhere. Next move, Beijing. Prime Minister Modi is expected to visit China this month. Putting aside their differences, the two Asian giants will navigate between competition and the need for a united front against bully Washington. Brazilian President Lula, also facing the heat of Washington's tariffs, backed India, calling out Trump's tariff pressure in a call with PM Modi. Coming together, the BRICS bloc led by Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa are pushing back on President Trump's tariff tantrums. In the BRICS corridors, the message is blunt. They will not tolerate such bullying and are now mapping new routes to bypass Washington's chokehold. Within this diplomatic dance lies India, determined not to choose sides in the never-ending US-Russia competition, protecting access to US markets while boosting ties with Russia, China and Brazil. In this balancing act, one misstep could mean disaster.
All right, we have a fantastic panel of guests joining us on the broadcast at this moment. I have Robert Moran, commentator and author, partner at Brunswick Group. I also have Professor Steve Hanke, a professor of applied economics at Johns Hopkins. Michael Kugelman also joins us, senior fellow, Asia Pacific Foundation, South Asia columnist, and also Mark Linscott, who's joining us. He is a senior advisor, US-India Strategic Ties Forum. Robert Moran, let me come to you first. When you talk about this relationship and how things have developed in the last couple of weeks, critics say that Trump's trade tactics, they're less about economics and more about political theater for his base. Is that a fair assessment? What do you think?
I don't think that is a fair assessment. I think it's more complex. I think there's some truth, but I think the following. Number one is the president has believed that the United States has been getting an unfair deal in trade for a very, very long time. So he's been consistent on this, which is one of the few things that he seems to really have a consistent ideology around. And he was talking about this in the 1980s. So that's number one. Number two is him and his team do truly appear to believe that some level of managed trade is better than free trade. Number three is they clearly believe that they need to reset the terms of trade in a bilateral manner. And so I think all those things are true. And that's what they're attempting to do. I think that the president has a very standard pattern. He uses his communication as a way to push for a better deal. And if he has to walk back something or change direction, he does. But that's, I think, the phase we're looking at now. And I imagine that there'll be much back and forth before some final arrangement is agreed upon.
Robert, I also want to understand this new dynamics that is in play, especially with the BRICS nation coming together. If India strengthens its ties with BRICS, within BRICS, what real leverage does Washington still have over New Delhi?
This is a great question. I mean, the question assumes that the BRICS are a unit of analysis. I'm not entirely sure I agree with that. That there are individual countries that have their own paths and their own needs. And so, for example, at a certain core level, India will choose its own path based on what they want, not what the BRICS want. And so, there's a trade, about 130 billion of trade between the U.S. and India. And the U.S. is India's largest trading partner. And India has about a $40 billion trade surplus a year, which is not big compared to many of the other countries we're talking about. So yeah. I think that ultimately Indian decision makers will be thinking about U.S. and India trade as opposed to the BRICS, which is a much larger concept and not a military alliance.
Having said that, do you see the possibility of say, for example, a Trump 2.0 recalibrating his stance towards India? Or is this a long-term hardening of position by Donald Trump and U.S.?
Well, I actually think that independent of who is the occupant of the White House, that American foreign policy would be focused on attempting to have much closer ties with India over the long run, which would be very important to the United States relative to China. And so I assume that in the long run, the U.S. and India are much more compatible trading partners, and that the U.S. will want favorable ties and cooperation with India.
All right. Moran, thank you very much for sharing your views on this rather developing situation, and we'll keep a close eye on how things unfold from here. In fact, I'll request all the other guests to stay put, because I'm also joined by Meera Shankar, the former ambassador of India to the United States of America. Ambassador Shankar, welcome to NDTV. You have seen Washington up close. Is this simply Trump's negotiating style, or is the relationship with India at a risk of a deeper rupture here?
Well, I would not write off the relationship just yet. There are many factors which bring the two countries together. It's just that for Trump, those other factors are not important. He does not take a strategic view of relationships. He takes a very transactional view of relationships. And for the moment, what is uppermost in his mind is the negotiation with Russia over Ukraine. He had promised his MAGA constituency and the country that he would have a ceasefire in Ukraine in 24 hours. That has not happened. He's finding Putin is a harder nut to crack than he had initially thought, and that the positions of both Russia and Ukraine on how the conflict should resolve are very wide apart indeed. So I think it's the frustration on that account that he is pressurizing India with tariffs on energy purchases from Russia, in the hope that somehow or the other, either, India will stop purchasing and therefore Russia will, find itself with a reduced bank account to actually fund the war, or that somehow India will talk to Russia and Russia will be more amenable to negotiations.
Yeah.
So whatever it is, for Trump at the moment, it's the end game in the Ukraine conflict, which is determining how he's treating the issue of energy purchases by India from Russia.
Yeah.
The other tariffs, of course, are part of his longer, wider approach to putting tariffs on all countries. But at the moment, he's still discussing with China, which has, one of the largest trade surpluses with the US.
Yeah.
India is something like the 10th largest trading partner. And our surplus has been in the region of $20 to $30 billion a year. Yeah. This year, it's over 40 billion. But that's really peanuts compared to the kind of deficits that the US has with many other countries.
Ambassador Shankar, I also want to understand this outreach from countries like China, from countries like Brazil and Russia. How should New Delhi interpret this outreach? Is it, should they interpret it as solidarity or as a subtle push to pull India into their orbit? Because in that very case, there is a risk that India might get alienated from the Western market.
Well, I think India has to play this quite coolly and carefully. I don't think it wants to join an anti-US bloc, if you will. It doesn't want to constitute an anti-US bloc. But at the same time, when the US, so blithely, completely tramples on India's sensitivities and also creates hurdles for its economic growth, India will also obviously discuss these issues with other countries who may be seeking a better balance in global forums and, more multilateral world, if you will. So I think that India will not seek a confrontation with the US, and nor should it, just buckle over. I think it has to be smart. It can continue discussing, and it should use its own strengths as well. Perhaps you don't retaliate immediately, but you can prepare a list of goods on which you could potentially retaliate, which can be published, and, say that this depends on how talks go.
Yeah. Ambassador Shankar, and this is a very obvious question because India has had that position. Do you think India can realistically play both the sides, as in deepening the BRICS ties while also keeping the US on side? Or is there a choice? Is a choice inevitable for India?
I don't think so. I don't think for India it would be a good thing to choose either.
Yeah.
Because the world is far more complex. And as we've seen, relationships can turn depending on internal political developments in the great powers. I mean, the US-India relationship was on very solid ground. And yet, within a couple of months, it's come under so much pressure that, you do need to create space. You cannot afford, as a large developing country, which has multifarious interests, from development to security to peace to better balance in Asia to, ensuring that global forums better reflect the realities of the world of today. and give more voice to developing countries. There are so many interests, and in some cases, your interests coincide with one country, and in other cases, they may coincide with other countries. And I think India cannot accept that it will not have the flexibility and the freedom to make its own choices. After all, what is the Ukraine war about?
Yeah.
You know, the West has basically, because Putin was arguing for a long time with the West, that Ukrainian neutrality should be re-established and there should be no NATO membership for Ukraine, and that this should be legally binding. The West didn't agree, and they, in fact, espoused the principle that every country has a right to choose its own policies.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't that apply to India?
Well, it is an ever-changing situation, and we, Ambassador, we might just be having, Ambassador Shankar, we might just be having a very different conversation going forward in a couple of days from now.
I would also say that much will depend on how the meeting between Trump and Putin goes, how the negotiations of Ukraine proceed, as far as the energy sanctions are concerned. For the other sanctions, I think it's going to be a little tougher to deal with, but the energy sanctions really depend on how the negotiations with Russia on halting and ending the military conflict in Ukraine will go.
All right, Ambassador Shankar, thank you very much for sharing your views and speaking to NDTV. Meanwhile, we are also joined by Professor Steve Hanke, a professor of applied economics at Johns Hopkins. Professor Hanke, welcome to NDTV. Given Trump's refusal to engage in further trade talks with India, how should India recalibrate its trade strategy in order to minimize economic fallout?
Well, I think the main thing is to follow Napoleon's advice. And I'll quote here Napoleon Bonaparte. He said, never interfere with an enemy in the process of destroying himself. And I think Trump is destroying himself. So in the case of India, I think Modi and Jaishankar, the foreign minister, should just keep their cards close to their chest and wait for a little while. And the reason I say that is that I think Trump's house of cards will collapse is that the economic premise for tariffs rests on quicksand. The premise is that trade deficits in the United States are caused by foreigners and they're bad. No, they're caused by Americans spending more than the gross national product produced in the United States, and as a result, we have a trade deficit. It's a simple accounting identity in economics. So the economics is just all wrong, rubbish. Trump's tariff economics is absolutely rubbish.
You know, when we speak about the BRICS coordination, the result of this, and as you've also mentioned, countries like Russia, China, and even the Brazilian president, Lula, he reached out to India. How do you see this? Is India at a risk of getting isolated from the Western markets? How do you look at it, sir?
Well, I don't think that's the case. Why not have it as free a trade and commerce within BRICS as possible, and in addition, trade with the Western countries as these new rules are set. Maybe they aren't free trade, but you still can do some trade. So I think this pivoting into BRICS is just a natural thing. And the problem with BRICS is that they talk a lot, but they don't have really any concrete game plan. So in that regard, BRICS has a long way to go. They don't have they don't have the big problem with BRICS. They don't have a concrete game plan and framework for doing things. I mean, for example, they want to set up a commodity market, but it's something I know a lot about, and they have no plan. BRICS is the kind of organization, it has no plan, and I don't think it knows what the word plan means. It's a talk shop. They talk, they get together and talk, but they don't do anything in a concrete way. Now maybe they'll be motivated to come together with concrete plans and actions as they're being attacked by Trump. If you're being attacked, what happens? Well, if you're smart, you circle the wagons and fortify your defenses and plan also for a counterattack. Now, China, in this regard, China is actually the smart one. Let's move away from BRICS and India and Russia and so forth. China is the one who is the country who seems to know what it's doing, and they actually have an ace up their sleeve because they control many critical materials. They could shut the U.S. economy down in a matter of about 6 to 9 months. China could, and Trump has finally figured that out, and that's why. Why do you think Trump is backing off of his trade war with China? It's because he's figured out that China does have an ace up its sleeve. All these critical materials that it controls and leads the world in. The 3 M's, mining, metallurgy, and material science, China leads. It's number 1.
Having said that, Professor Hanke, is it possible for India to remain strategically non-aligned while actively engaging in a more consolidated BRICS economic bloc? What do you think?
I think they should stay as neutral as possible, and I think Josh Hankar is the man. He's the brains. He's one of the. He's one of the. I think there are 3 foreign ministers who are actually top rate right now, and one happens to be Josh Hankar. The other one is, of course, the top one is Lavrov in Russia, and the third is the foreign minister of China. So it's very interesting. You see, we come back to that phalanx of those 3 countries, Russia, China, and India. They have the smartest foreign ministers of any other countries. The top 3 are those. So I think that India has the right man leading the foreign ministry, and I think the right man to keep number 1 in the interest of India is number 1. He knows that, but he also knows how to maneuver. He's an experienced guy who's got a head on his shoulders, and I think neutrality is the place to be. Why not be on both sides? Okay. Why not be on the side of anyone who wants to trade freely with India? That's where I would want to be. Free commerce should be the number 1 thing with India, and I think that the general geopolitical position of neutrality is the way to proceed.
Okay, let me also go across to Michael Kugelman, South Asia columnist, who joins us on the broadcast as well. Mr. Kugelman, how much of this is about tariffs and trade deficits, and how much is it tied to India's relationship with Russia?
Well, I think it's a combination of both. I do think that we're seeing the president injecting geopolitics into his decisions about trade and tariffs. President Trump is much more hardline now than he was in his first term when it comes to his willingness to apply as much pressure as possible on other countries to try to get them to better help and advance U.S. economic interests. I think that's why, as one reason why he is willing to apply these tariffs on India. President Trump has long been concerned about what he describes as India's very high tariffs. He's long described India as a tariff king. And India does have tariffs that, from a U.S. perspective, would be seen as high, not as high as some of its closest allies and partners, but still high. So I do think that, there is that dimension to it. But I do think that geopolitics are really impacting the president's thinking in a big way. The president really wants to see Russia agree to a ceasefire in its war in Ukraine. It's very unhappy that it has not been willing to do so. And so I think that President Trump is essentially trying to pressure Russia by pressuring India. He's trying to convince India, a close trade partner and a close partner on the whole with Russia, to essentially distance itself from Russia in the hopes that that would compel Russia to stop fighting its war in Ukraine. So unfortunately, I do think this is a case where India is getting dragged into these concerns that President Trump is having about Russia, his frustration about Russia's unwillingness to this point to stop fighting in Ukraine.
Mr. Kugelman, historically, has the United States backed down from a similar tariff stances when they were met with coordinated pushback, for example, via the WTO or coalitions like BRICS? Do you see that happening?
It does seem that President Trump is very defiant and that he is not inclined to pull back from his decision to apply these tariffs. But that said, it is absolutely true that we could see a change. I mean, President Trump himself has tended to be someone who changes his mind quite frequently. I mean, if we just go back a bit earlier this year, soon after he announced the initial reciprocal tariffs on many countries, including India, he announced that there would be a pause. So I do think that we should see these tariffs as a pressure tactic, and that he hopes that by announcing these very high tariffs, that it'll compel countries that are victimized by them, including India, to make concessions and do things that would ease President Trump's concerns about how these countries impact U.S. economic interests. But that said, India has clearly already made a lot of concessions to the U.S. Earlier this year, it reduced some key tariffs on goods that related to the U.S. So it's hard to say. And President Trump is very unpredictable. So it's very difficult to predict what exactly could come next. But at least at this point, he appears to be unwilling to back down with these tariffs.
Okay, finally, the coming together of the BRICS nations, what does that mean in the larger context?
I think that the danger for President Trump is that the very outcomes that he most wishes to avoid could actually come into play. Clearly, President Trump is unhappy with BRICS. He thinks that it represents an effort to create alternative economic models that would go against the US dollar. And I would argue that to this point, those efforts have been unsuccessful. BRICS has been unable to create a BRICS bank. But by alienating all of these countries in BRICS, or should I say by upsetting all of these countries in BRICS by slapping these high tariffs on them, I would argue that the BRICS states now have a stronger incentive to try to push forward and develop some type of model that would shield them from U.S. tariffs, that would avoid the U.S. dollar, and that even though they had previously been unwilling to take such steps because of their dependence on the U.S. dollar, given how serious the situation has become, I would argue that there might be a stronger motivation on the BRICS states to put together these alternative mechanisms, these alternative economic mechanisms that would compete with the dollar. That's the very outcome that President Trump would most like to avoid.
All right, let me quickly go across to Mr. Mark Linscott as well, the Senior Advisor, US-India Strategic Ties Forum, and he has been listening to us very patiently. Mr. Linscott, I want to understand the US position. From your perspective, what are the underlying strategic motives behind President Trump's refusal to resume any sort of trade talks with India at this moment?
Well, in fact, I am not aware of a definitive, a clear refusal to engage in further trade talks. I mean, it's clear that the president thrives on chaos and uncertainty. He's pulling out all the stops to leverage, to squeeze, to even bully to address his objectives, which I think are twofold. The one that has emerged so suddenly is Indian purchases of Russian oil and his efforts to resolve the Russian-Ukraine conflict. But the longer-term one, or the one that's been on our minds for the last few months, is the effort on trade and to reach at least an interim agreement on trade. So I hope that those doors are still open for further negotiations, and I think they may be.
Okay. So how do you think the United States perceives the growing coordination within the BRICS nation? Could a deeper India, Brazil, China, Russia economic cooperation escalate tensions with Washington, or do you think it can also serve as a leverage in negotiations?
Yeah, it's a bit of an ironic situation. I've long been a skeptic of the ability of those nations to be able to align, coordinate, cooperate on trade. The interests are just so different in many respects. I mean, certainly with China and India, and even on agriculture between Brazil and India, there are some significant differences in approaches to trade. So I've been a skeptic. It's clear that there is more discussion among the BRICS nations to work more on trade, particularly given the threats from the Trump administration. But I don't think that's going to proceed very quickly. On the other hand, the president reacts immediately and aggressively and very provocatively with new threats of new tariffs associated with any discussions among the BRICS to coordinate more closely and to respond to the threats from Trump. So we have this situation in which perhaps the threat really is not that substantial, that significant or imminent, yet the response is very aggressive.
Okay, Mr. Linscott, let's also talk about the long-term trade strategy here. How should India balance its strategic autonomy, for example, its ties with Russia, with the commercial necessity of maintaining strong US market access as well?
Yeah, it's a very difficult balancing act, and I think it's going to remain a balancing act. India, for years, has emphasized its approach as being strategic autonomy. It's a sovereign nation. It's in a very different place in the world and in the United States. Its geopolitical situation is different than that of the United States or even the Europeans for that matter. Yet, the United States market is hugely important. It's nearly 20% of India's exports. There would be significant economic pain if that market were to be closed off. And I want to emphasize the United States has strong interests, or should have strong interests, in maintaining this relationship as well, both from a strategic and an economic standpoint. The Indian market at 1.4 billion is just too large to ignore. Last week I was with U.S. agricultural producers, and they see the Indian market as critical for them in the future. So there is that interest on the United States as well. We're just not hearing it from the Trump administration at this point in time.
Okay, so in your view, what should India's, say for example, top 3 trade diversification priorities be in order to reduce this over-reliance on the US market?
Yes, I think that makes sense. And in fact, it's been clear for some years now that India has been focused on diversifying its trade, certainly negotiating free trade agreements with a broader number of trading partners, including developed country trading partners. It was a real accomplishment to conclude the free trade agreement with India, which has now been concluded. So, I think that is an effort that's been ongoing and one that should continue. I don't think it's unique to India, however. I think that, all nations are interested in ensuring that they have strategic trade, that they are trading with trusted partners. Unfortunately, we have a situation now with the Trump administration that it's hard to continue that trust, that to maintain that access to the U.S. market, particularly given the fact that the president can change course at any moment. Tariffs go up. They don't seem to be going down at this point in time, but they go up. New tariffs are applied. So it's becoming, I think, more difficult to maintain that access to the U.S. market, but it remains essential. I mean, that I don't think India can do as well as it's been doing economically without continuing access to the U.S. market. Perhaps over the long term, it could diversify out of the U.S. market, but not anytime soon. And I don't think it would be desirable for both countries.
All right, Mark Linscott, Michael Kugelman, Professor Steve Hanke, and Robert Moran, thank you very much for speaking to NDTV, for sharing your views. And it is going to be quite interesting to see how things unfold from here on. We'll slip into a very short break, but on the other side, MNS goons, they have struck once again in Maharashtra. This time, an idli seller has been assaulted. This idli seller, he was thrashed over what the MNS goons say was an insult to the Marathi language. The Election Commission and RJD face off over the Bihar Special Intensive Revision Showdown exercise. Election Commission terms Tejasvi Yadav's EPIC card as fake.
Finesta windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस. आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए.
Find Finer Finesta.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Tariff, and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Jai Jawan. Jai Jawan.
And that's why it's being said that after Kaho Na Pyare,
Yeah.
this is the film that has got two superstar debutants who are becoming superstars. But what was this faith that you had on these two that that shows on screen?
You don't plan to make a blockbuster. You plan to make a good film. And that's what I think they never let me, they didn't put that pressure on me to live up to. They never gave me a number that we have to hit or a so-called figure that I have to open to. There was all these trappings were just not there, which normally producers do end up putting that pressure. Then you make wrong things. Then you add a song for a shadi song, add a Punjabi song. All these trappings were not there in this film. They were like, just go there and make your film. Do this script. We love this script and make it honestly. And I think the minute that happened, a filmmaker I could just spread my wings and just go out, not worrying about a few. I think when you do that, you get a little more fearless. And then that's what got picked up by people. So I cast appropriate for the film. I didn't cast thinking. I cast what felt right.
You were saying that you are going to say no to him.
Yeah. But that's his fault. Huh? He was now that we can talk about the film, Krish Kapoor cannot be a timid, sweet boy.
Yes,
sir. How are you, sir?
Last time we spoke.
Yeah, and I was like, what is this guy? He was a sweet boy, and then then by the end of the night, I could see the boisterous self, and I could see the Krish Kapoor who could stand on top and say, "Don't forget this name, it's Krish Kapoor." So I think I was looking for that a bit. I needed a spark of that.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years.
Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered. Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edappadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Election Commission and RJD face off over the Bihar Special Intensive Revision exercise. Election Commission has termed Tejasvi Yadav's EPIC card as fake. Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaks to the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Prime Minister and Putin discussed the future ties. China opens its arms to Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi is set to attend the SCO summit in Tianjin amid Trump tariff threat. Prime Minister's China trip. Union Home Minister Amit Shah slams Congress MP Rahul Gandhi over this special intensive revision. Amit Shah says that Rahul is doing vote bank politics over the SIR.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Well, breaking news coming in at this point of time. The MNS goons, they have attacked a seller once again, and at the center of this is the Marathi dispute, and it has erupted once again, this time in Kalyan, this place adjacent to Mumbai. Activists of the MNS Sena, they heckled an idli seller, in fact a shop owner, a South Indian hotel owner. This dispute happened because it is alleged that the idli hotel owner, he used abusive language against the Marathi language, and after this, these MNS workers, then they went on to beat up the hotel owner in front of his hotel and then forcibly made him to apologize. And my colleague Abhishek Avasthi, he joins us on the phone line to get us more on this. Abhishek, this seems like a TV series and every day is a new episode.
Definitely, one after the other, we have raised it several number of times, and the incident keeps on happening, right from vandalizing a bar, right from attacking a shopkeeper. Now once again, and another incident from Kalyan, which is near to Mumbai. And we can clearly see how the MNS party workers are holding the collar of that idli owner, shop owner. And what allegations are there? It's been alleged that he has used abusive words against Marathi language. And after that, they come to the shop, they tackled him, and they forced him to apologize. Despite several number of reminders from the state government itself, from the Home Minister, the Chief Minister, as well as the Minister of State for Home, but there is a mechanism to it. You can report it to the nearby police station, and then the action will be taken. But don't take law in your own hand. But this has been repeatedly seen, not once, twice, but as you pointed out, it's been a series now. Next episode, now this new episode has come up from Kalyan. And that's all is happening, on the lines of the upcoming BMC polls or the local body polls which are there. And they want to make this issue of Marathi language alive till the polls. And definitely this kind of lawlessness we will be seeing further, because we don't see any concrete action from the state government itself, whether it is from the Chief Minister or from the Minister MOS Home, because they have given stern warning, but we couldn't see any stern action on ground. Back to you.
Thank you very much for getting us all those details. Well, the BJP in Tamil Nadu has posted a video of an officer being assaulted. They have also slammed the MK Stalin government. BJP says that a BCK councillor, he assaulted this Tamil Nadu official. The BCK member is of the DMK alliance, is what the BJP alleges. And the BJP has also called it a breakdown of governance in the state of Tamil Nadu. Well, the vote chori political storm has now intensified further, with the Congress MP Rahul Gandhi reaching Karnataka. Rahul, along with Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, the Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shiv Kumar, as well as the Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, repeated his vote chori charge. However, the Election Commission, they have dismissed these claims, and now the Congress party will be taking out a march in Delhi on Monday to the Election Commission office over this entire vote stealing charge.
Counter charges, threats and dares, an all-out attack and counter-attack. The knives are out in the Rahul versus EC battle over the vote chori charge. Rahul Gandhi on Friday doubled down on his allegations at a rally in Bengaluru.
महादेवापुरा में 6.5 लाख वोट हैं असेंबली में, और उसमें से 1,250,000 वोट चोरी किए गए।
The leader of the opposition also upped the ante, repeating his threat to the poll panel.
टाइम लगेगा, मगर हम आपको पकड़ेंगे, एक-एक करके पकड़ेंगे।
The Election Commission had on Thursday dared the Congress leader to give an affidavit on oath if he believed his allegations. Sources in the commission told NDTV that failure to give oath will mean that Rahul is not sure of his charges, and in that case he has no option but to apologize. Rahul rejected the oath demand, saying that he has already taken the oath in Parliament.
मैंने पार्लियामेंट के सामने, पार्लियामेंट के अंदर ओथ लिया है।
Another Rahul versus EC flashpoint emerged as the panel fact-checked the Congress leader's claim that the EC has shut down its website after the allegations.
और आज जब हिंदुस्तान की जनता हमारे डेटा को लेकर इलेक्शन कमीशन के वेबसाइट पर सवाल पूछ रही है तो इलेक्शन कमीशन ने अपना वेबसाइट बंद कर दिया.
The Election Commission also debunked another of Rahul's claims from Thursday, where he declared a family as fake voters as their pictures were not clear. The family in question showed their voter ID cards with clear pictures. The issue has also raised political temperatures, with the BJP top guns hitting out at Rahul Gandhi.
अगर उनको आपत्ति है तो कोई फॉर्मल एविडेंस किसी ओथ पे उन्होंने दी हो. इलेक्शन कमीशन में ऐसा नहीं है. उन्होंने एक बार एफिडेविट फाइल करा था सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, बाद में माफी मांग करके आए थे.
राहुल गांधी ने आज इनडायरेक्टली इलेक्शन कमीशन को सपोर्ट किया कि ये देश में स्पेशल इंटेंसिव रिवीजन होना चाहिए. दो नाम में वोटर लिस्ट में नाम नहीं होना चाहिए.
Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi came out in brother Rahul's defense.
आप वोटर लिस्ट दे क्यों नहीं रहे हैं? आप इन्वेस्टिगेट कर क्यों नहीं रहे हैं? उसके बजाय आप कह रहे हैं कि एफिडेविट साइन करके दो. इससे बड़ा ओथ क्या है जो हम सदन में लेते हैं?
Rahul Gandhi also made his voter list presentation at the India Bloc dinner on Thursday night. Many allies came out in support on Friday.
What he has shown with evidence is just how many people have been enrolled in booths, which probably ended up helping in the outcome result for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
समाजवादी पार्टी ने जब 18,000 एफिडेविट दे दिए, तभी नमूना था, लाखों दे सकते थे. 18,000 एफिडेविट दे दिए तो चुनाव आयोग की बोलती बंद हो गई और उनकी कलम खामोश हो गई.
The next act of the Rahul versus EC battle will be played out in Delhi on Saturday, when the India Bloc MPs march to the EC headquarters. An NDTV Bureau report.
Meanwhile, the Congress has upped its ante against the Election Commission. The Congress party has in fact escalated its confrontation with the Election Commission, accusing it of colluding with the BJP to manipulate election outcomes. The Congress President, Mallikarjun Kharge, he has also called a high-level meeting on the 11th of August in order to strategize the party's next steps. My colleague Prashant joins us to get us more on this. Prashant, take us to what can we expect from this high-level meeting that is going to take place on the 11th?
Well, Osama, as you just said, this meeting has been called to discuss and strategize the next move of the Congress party on this issue. But apart from this meeting, there is a series of events that Congress party has planned over the next month or so. On 11th of August, when this meeting has been called in the afternoon, Congress, along with other India Bloc parties, will take a protest march from Parliament House to the Election Commission to register their protest on this issue. And, from 17th of August, Rahul Gandhi, along with other India Bloc parties in Bihar, is going to undertake a yatra from Sasaram in Bihar. And that will go on for 15 days, and it will culminate on September 1st, when there is a huge rally planned. A huge rally has been planned by India Bloc leaders in Patna, in Gandhi Maidan at Patna, where this issue will once again be raised. So over the next 1 month or so, India Bloc parties, along with led by Congress party and Rahul Gandhi, they have planned a series of events, and they are going to take this struggle. According to them, they are going to take this struggle forward.
All right, Prashant, thank you very much for getting us all those details. And the Delhi Assembly has passed the Delhi School Education Bill 2025. This bill is to curb unregulated fee hikes in private unaided schools. It covers all the private, unaided and minority-run schools as well. The three-tier regulatory committee will approve or challenge fee hikes, and the penalties are up to 10 lakh rupees.
52 साल का वनवास दिल्ली की जनता का, दिल्ली के पेरेंट्स का आज खत्म हुआ। आज दिल्ली सरकार ने ये साहसिक कदम, ये निर्णायक घड़ी कि आज हम खड़े हैं कि जब ये बिल पारित हुआ है, जिसमें पूरे तरीके से अभिभावकों की हर एक समस्या को ध्यान किया गया है, हर तरीके से जो लेवल ऑफ कमेटी बनाया उसमें इन्वॉल्वमेंट पेरेंट्स की, स्कूल की, टीचर्स की, हर व्यक्ति की गई। पारदर्शिता और जनता का विश्वास, यही है दिल्ली फी रेगुलेशन एक्ट।
आज माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में, उनकी उपस्थिति में, उनके मार्गदर्शन में ये कानून रंग ले चुका है, आकार ले चुका है और अब इस कानून के रूल बनाकर इस कानून के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन से माता पिता की बेवजह लूट, पेरेंट्स बच्चों की प्रताड़ना से मुक्ति मिलेगी।
All right, my colleague Ishika Verma joins us to get us more on this. Ishika, this bill, will it also be applicable on schools that have already increased fees this year?
Well, yes, Osama, as you rightly mentioned, this bill, the education bill that has now been passed by the Delhi Assembly, the Delhi government now aims to, in fact, look into whenever there is a fee hike that is being proposed by the private schools. It will be applied on all the private schools, those who have, in fact, this year also increased the fees. Now, as for the Delhi government, with this bill, they are giving a veto power to the parents. How? In fact, they say that they have made a 3-level committee. The first committee that will be at the school level, there will be representation not just from the school management and the teaching staff, but also from the parent side. So if there is in fact a proposal for fee hike, if any parent in fact objects to it, that fee hike proposal will then be rejected. Now apart from that, the another level will be the district level committee, and then the state level committee which will be reviewing the fee hike proposals by the schools. Now what has been said in the bill here that all the schools will have to submit their proposed fee hikes by July 31st of each year. Now,
all right, Ishika Verma, thank you very much for getting us all those details. We'll slip into a very short break, but on the other side, it is an all-out war between the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, and the Election Commission. We'll get you all the details of that story with my colleague, Aditi Bhardwaj.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
The big face-off between the Election Commission and RJD. The Election Commission terms Tejasvi Yadav's EPIC number as fake. Prime Minister Modi speaks to the Russian President. Prime Minister Modi and Putin discuss the future ties. China welcomes Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi is set to attend the SCO summit. Home Minister Amit Shah slams Congress MP over the SIR. Shah says Rahul is doing vote bank politics over this exercise.
Mohit, you are known for your music. All your films, musics stay with us till today. I'm a millennial and those music are kind of music. So whenever we say Mohit Suri film aa raha hai, we know the music will be good, right? It's a given. So you really work hard. But is this always like how you create your music? You need everything in place, the mood, the lighting, even when the person is in the studio and just singing. And also, how did you select your musicians that this person's voice is perfect for this song?
That's what I think, the amount you give to a song, that's how long it will last, I think. Everyone does the programming, everyone writes the words, everyone makes the thing. But the thing is how much you give, how much of heart you give to the lyrics or to the music or to the melody or to the singing. That's how long the song will last, is what I genuinely feel. If you don't give that love, you're not going to get it back. It's just a simple debit and credit procedure, I think, with the audience. I genuinely feel I don't have any special skill. I don't know any scale or anything else. It's just that I enjoy that process a lot. Give me an evening to just go for a film party or something, I'll skip it. But you give me like a struggling musician to go who has a great tune, some new guys, chill all night with them. I can do that. I can just sit there, make music and stuff like that. We just did that recently. Fahim came down. He just surprised us, and we met in my Bandra office, and Han was there, Aneet was there, and he made me hear his other songs and stuff like that. But it was it's so much fun, because I just think making music, I mean, film, you still get to see something. Yeah. I think music is so amazing. I mean, you don't need to see anything. It's in the air, and suddenly it just comes together, and it's just, you can just feel it. And something you hear makes you feel something. It's just magical.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसा हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है.
मैडम एक बार वो खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
You know, first, when Sayara released and we as audience realized, oh my God, what is happening? You know, when did you realize it? Like, it's like, whoa, I didn't expect this, what is happening? Like that wave that hits you.
You know, the first thing that really hit me, I'm telling you, was a month back actually, to be honest, is when Adisa saw the film. And he saw a very loose cut and he decided the release date. But he was always, like me and Akshay were so into making the film, I think, along with Sumanna and all. Sometimes when you're so into it and you know, you don't realize, you don't see it from, and then he saw it from a third person perspective. I mean, he was always super confident about the film. And he had actually had this talk with me about how I've done. And yeah, we all grew up. I was in the 8th grade when I saw Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge and said I want to make a love story like this. For a person like him to say that, you know, you've made a great film. All he had asked for me was to make your best film for me. And I did, and I'm just glad that, so that was the first thing, you know, and that validation was great. I wasn't shouting over the roof for it. It gives you a lot of confidence at that moment, you know, for the person who's actually put his money where it is, and he wasn't talking about anything else.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj. Let's take a quick look at what's making the headlines. Bihar SIR showdown escalates. Now Election Commission writes to RJD leader Tejashwi Yadav, says the EPIC number provided by Tejashwi Yadav during a press conference is fake. Amid Trump tariff tiff, now PM Modi speaks to Russian President Vladimir Putin. This is the BRICS bonhomie that is playing out amid Trump tariff war, and also Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Russian President discuss future ties between the two countries. China welcomes Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will attend the Shanghai Cooperation Summit in China, and this comes after Trump threatened India for more tariffs. Home Minister Amit Shah trains guns at Congress MP Rahul Gandhi over SIR showdown. Amit Shah said that Rahul Gandhi is doing vote bank ki rajniti over SIR and there is no proof in his allegations. NDTV speaks exclusively to Congress MP Shashi Tharoor. He takes on Trump tariff, says India not supplicant. They have red lines. If it's my way or highway, India takes the highway. Tharoor also said if Brazil can stand up to Trump, so can India. Starting the bulletin with the top story that we are focusing. The vote chori political storm intensified further with Congress MP Rahul Gandhi reaching Karnataka. Rahul, along with Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar and Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge repeated the vote chori charge. However, the Election Commission of India has dismissed all these allegations, asking them to submit a written oath, which so far the Congress MP hasn't done yet. Now, after Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, EC has also sent an undertaking to be given by Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar as well. The Congress party will be taking out a march in Delhi on Monday to the EC office over vote stealing charge. Take a look at this report.
Charges, counter charges, threats and dares. An all-out attack and counter-attack. The knives are out in the Rahul versus EC battle over the vote chori charge. Rahul Gandhi on Friday doubled down on his allegations at a rally in Bengaluru.
महादेवापुरा में 6.5 लाख वोट हैं असेंबली में और उसमें से 1,250,000 वोट चोरी किए गए।
The leader of the opposition also upped the ante, repeating his threat to the poll panel.
टाइम लगेगा मगर हम आपको पकड़ेंगे, एक-एक करके पकड़ेंगे।
The Election Commission had on Thursday dared the Congress leader to give an affidavit on oath if he believed his allegations. Sources in the commission told NDTV that failure to give oath will mean that Rahul is not sure of his charges, and in that case he has no option but to apologize. Rahul rejected the oath demand, saying that he has already taken the oath in Parliament.
मैंने पार्लियामेंट के सामने, पार्लियामेंट के अंदर ओथ लिया है।
Another Rahul versus EC flashpoint emerged as the panel fact-checked the Congress leader's claim that the EC has shut down its website after the allegations.
और आज जब हिंदुस्तान की जनता हमारे डेटा को लेकर इलेक्शन कमीशन के वेबसाइट पर सवाल पूछ रही है, तो इलेक्शन कमीशन ने अपना वेबसाइट बंद कर दिया।
The Election Commission also debunked another of Rahul's claims from Thursday, where he declared a family as fake voters as their pictures were not clear. The family in question showed their voter ID cards with clear pictures. The issue has also raised political temperatures, with the BJP top guns hitting out at Rahul Gandhi.
अगर उनको आपत्ति है तो कोई फॉर्मल एविडेंस किसी ओथ पे उन्होंने दी हो। इलेक्शन कमीशन में ऐसा नहीं है। उन्होंने एक बार एफिडेविट फाइल करा था सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, बाद में माफी मांग करके आए थे।
राहुल गांधी ने आज इनडायरेक्टली इलेक्शन कमीशन को सपोर्ट किया कि ये देश में स्पेशल इंटेंसिव रिवीजन होना चाहिए, दो नाम में वोटर लिस्ट में नाम नहीं होना चाहिए।
Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi came out in brother Rahul's defense.
आप वोटर लिस्ट दे क्यों नहीं रहे हैं? आप इन्वेस्टिगेट कर क्यों नहीं रहे हैं? उसके बजाय आप कह रहे हैं कि एफिडेविट साइन करके दो। इससे बड़ा ओथ क्या है जो हम सदन में लेते हैं?
Rahul Gandhi also made his voter list presentation at the India Bloc dinner on Thursday night. Many allies came out in support on Friday.
What he has shown with evidence is just how many people have been enrolled in booths, which probably ended up helping in the outcome result for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
समाजवादी पार्टी ने जब 18,000 एफिडेविट दे दिए, तभी नमूना था, लाखों दे सकते थे, 18,000 एफिडेविट दे दिए तो चुनाव आयोग की बोलती बंद हो गई और उनकी कलम खामोश हो गई।
The next act of the Rahul versus EC battle will be played out in Delhi on Saturday when the India Bloc MPs march to the EC headquarters. An NDTV Bureau report.
Breaking news coming in now from Bihar, where Election Commission has termed Tejashwi Yadav's EPIC card number as a fake number. The EC has also set a deadline of August 16 for the RJD leader to furnish proof of his allegations. Remember that press conference where RJD leader Tejashwi Yadav said that his name has been deleted from the voter list. He also flashed EPIC numbers stating that this name has been deleted, this number has been deleted from the voter roll. This comes in the backdrop of elections which are due in Bihar in this year. My colleague Prabhakar is also joining me with more details. Take a look.
Yeah, the trouble seems to be mounting for Tejashwi Yadav, and the issue of dual election card actually seems to be rolling into a big controversy now. Now, the Election Commission has issued a notice to Tejashwi Yadav asking him to present the card which he actually showed to the media to the Election Commission by 16th of this month. Remember, Tejashwi Yadav had held a press conference and he had actually raised this issue of dual card, his name not being in the electoral roll, and then Election Commission had found out that he had his name registered in the electoral roll, and he had actually the dual election card, and that is illegal as per the norm, as Election Commission press release says. So the Tejashwi Yadav has been asked actually to present his election card, the card which he actually displayed during the press conference, to the Election Commission, submitted before the Election Commission. And Election Commission has categorically said in the press release that that particular card which he displayed is completely illegal. Remember, Tejashwi Yadav has two cards. One of the card is registered in the electoral roll. The addresses on both the cards are same, but as far as the epic numbers are concerned, both the cards carry a different epic number. So this entire matter now seems to be rolling into a big controversy. The opposition here, which means the NDA, the BJP and the JDU, they are gunning for him. They are saying that what Tejashwi Yadav has done is completely against the law and there should be a legal action against Tejashwi Yadav in this particular regard. The Election Commission has issued a notice to him, and by 16th of this month he is supposed to submit that so-called forged card which he displayed during the press release before the Election Commission.
And now tracking some more information coming in from now West Bengal, where EC versus Mamata government showdown is also escalating. The Election Commission of India has written to Bengal Chief Secretary Manoj Pant on why no compliance report has been sent after he was directed to suspend 2 EROs and 2 AEROs for irregularities in the voter roll. But there has been no action taken by the West Bengal government yet. EC has now set a deadline of August 11 till 3 p.m. for the Mamata government to take some action. But West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has made it clear that she will not be entertaining demands of the Election Commission of India, only intensifying this showdown. Further, my colleague Shreyoshi Ghosh is also joining me with more details.
The Election Commission of India has written to the West Bengal Chief Secretary seeking action against 4 poll officers and a compliance report to be filed by 11th of August, 3 p.m. This after the ECI had written to the West Bengal Chief Secretary back on the 5th of August seeking suspension of 2 EROs and 2 AEROs from Moina and Baruipur assembly constituencies for irregularities in the voter roll, and FIRs to be lodged against these poll officers and data entry officers. But the West Bengal government has not yet complied with the EC's directive, and now the EC has set the deadline. But the West Bengal Chief Minister has said that no action will be taken against her officers because the ECI, this does not come under the ECI's ambit. But of course, with the EC setting a deadline, we'll have to wait and see how the West Bengal government reacts.
Thank you so much, Shreyashi Day, for giving us all those details. For now, we're slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. More news lined up.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Tariff and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.